Good morning, Chad. I hope everyone had an amazing weekend. We did release merch. Merch is out. The new Jerome Powell merch is out. If you want to check it out, link is below. I did pin it also in the chats. So check it out, check it out, check it out. So far to start, 30 seconds until open. We are starting pretty much at the gap fill. Friday's close at 23,713. We're basically starting at that. A little above it on the ES, starting below the VWAP, 100 MA, 200 SMA on the ES, starting below the NQ 30-minute VWAP. Getting ready, chat. I'm assuming this is going to flush down. 3, 2, 1. Market is open. Tapping the 20 MA. Waking up, waking up, waking up. Tapping the VWAP. We do have that pivot point up top at 23,400. 23,746. Pre-market highs at 23,773. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, Elias? What's up, Turo? What's up, Funny? Malad, good morning, good morning, good morning. Turo, my trade bias for the day, take liquidity at 722, then pull back nicely to 471, then go to all-time highs. We'll see, Turo, we'll see. See you very soon, my friend. What's up, Elijah? Good morning, good morning, good morning. We had a lot of news also Friday. Friday, Trump had them Russian deadlines. The deal to put Russian sanctions on their oil, etc., etc. Putin and Trump are having a summit. So far, NQ 30-minute rejecting the VWAP, tapping the gap. ES getting close to the gap fill. Nvidia starting 0.3% down. Tesla starting 3.5% up. Google starting 0.4% down. Amazon starting flat. Microsoft flipping green. Meta up 0.5%. Apple up. Apple is down 1.25%. So the gaps have been filled. ES gap has been filled for Friday's close. NQ's gap has been filled. Pre-market lows at 23,667. MicroStrategy's up 3%. Bitcoin is up 0.25%. ETH is up 1.2%. ETH is down. ETH is down 1.2%. Excuse me. Solana is down 2.5%. XRP is up 0.5%. Doge is down 2.8% to start the day. Tesla's up 3%. The VIX is sitting at 16 of 5.15%. The dollar is down. The dollar is up 0.3%. ES is flipping green. It's even hold. NQ has already flipped red. It has fallen below a pretty significant trend line on the NQ 30-minute. Trend line up top, trend line down low. Now rejected the VWAP. We'll just have to see what this wants to do. Also, we have a Trump meeting. Trump meeting, chat. Trump meeting, Trump press conference on crime at 10 a.m. So Trump has been tweeting nonstop about Washington, D.C. will be liberated today. Crime, savagery, filth, and scum will disappear. I will make our capital great again. The days of ruthless killing or hurting innocent people are over. I quickly fixed the border, zero illegals in the last 3 months. DC is next. So basically, he's looking to clean up DC, which isn't a bad thing. He just has to go about it correctly. I mean, to be fair, remember when they California cleaned up that city when Benjamin Netanyahu was coming in? Pretty much the same extent. You have world leaders constantly going to and from the White House in Washington, D.C., constantly going there. I mean, you can't have it being a shithole. Just common sense. So far, we're waking down. We do have that pivot point to the downside, 23,656. Make sure you guys vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. Do you think it's coming up or down? So far, tap the NQ 30-minute VWAP, volume weighted average price, and is wicking down. What's up, Golden? So far, I'm just staying patient. Nvidia is down 1.25%. Apple's down 1.3%. Netflix is down 0.5%. Palantir is down 1.8%. It looks like it's going to go to that pivot point, at least. Yes, looking weak. See, chat. Gabber said third time shorting 750. What's up, Barn? Good evening, good evening, good evening. There are no missed opportunities, guys. Only the next one. Merch. Merch. Can't wait until Jerome Powell speaks. Not today, not today. Remember, we do have that press conference with Trump at 10 a.m. That's in 25 minutes. What's up, Golden? GameStop is up 0.75%. QCOM is up 1.8%. Robinhood is up 0.75%. Voyager Technologies is down 3%. AMD is down 1%. Avgo is down 0.5%. Alibaba is down 0.2%. ES having a pretty nice wick. Pretty bearish wicks coming in. RSI on the ES 1 minute getting above the MA, getting a little below neutral territory. Then we may spike up to the ES VWAP and then take a lay down. It really depends if the ES can claim the VWAP as support. Staying slow, 7 minutes in the market. We have 8 minutes until the 15-minute opening range at 9:45 is closed. ATR average true range is at 12.41. Not that volatile. So far, only a 50-point pullback. We'll see. While we wait, let's do a synopsis on the Asia and Europe markets. NQ is about as out the 21 EMA. Market wraps reflect mixed sentiments driven by geopolitical talks, commodity shifts, and corporate developments. Asian equities edge higher amid cryptocurrency surge and lithium rallies, but semiconductors weighed down by US-China trade deals. European markets saw early gains fade on skepticism over US-Russia-Ukraine talks, with treasuries strengthening ahead of key data. Oil and gold declined on supply expectations. Little synopsis on the Asian and European markets. It is a Monday with very little news on the docket. Trump is speaking early, which is a little unusual, but We have a lot of news this week to come. Tomorrow is CPI, core CPI. After that, it's EIA crude oil inventories. Not that important. Could create some volatility, but Wednesday is not going to be that big. But Thursday, US PPI data. Very important. Initial jobless claims. And then Friday, University of Michigan sentiment, industrial production. So a pretty news-filled week. Nvidia's taking up a bit. Google's now down 1%. Amazon's down 0.4%. Tapping the 20 May. Okay, we're waking up. You have to stay patient. I almost shorted that VWAP, but I figured we would wake up a little higher. So I just stay patient. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one, merch. And there's plenty of opportunities to come, especially with Trump speaking in 20 minutes. Plenty. Hey, yo, my boy. What's up, Nens? What am I going to do if I hit 75 followers? Same thing I always do. Continue trading. Helping you guys with as much value as I can along the way. What's up, account? NQ 5 minutes 21 he made, got tapped, rejected. Hopefully you guys are all right. By the way, my whole household is sick besides me. I'm sure I will be in a couple days, but we'll be streaming regardless. I got trading to do. Ain't got time to be sick. But my whole household is sick, so hopefully you guys are okay. Your families are fine. It's nothing too bad. Just throats, coughing, little fever here and there. That's what they have. What's up, Norman? NQ 30 minute RSI tapping the MA. ES getting a bounce, created a higher low. Two minutes until the 15-minute opening range is concluded. ES tapping the VWAP. NQ 30 minutes tapping the VWAP as well. Trump is speaking in 17 minutes. I'm no trade on right now, Kimoy. Just staying patient. ES getting above the VWAP, type of the 100 MA. Nvidia is about to flip green. Nvidia started the day down 1%. Now it's only down 0.15%. Apple just falling lower and lower. Apple's down 1.3%. MicroStrategy up 4%. QCOM up 2%. AVGO up 0.5%. NQ and ES are both green. The Dow is green. Russell 2000 up 0.4%. ES falling below the VWAP. What's up, Shadow? Shadow, gappers on the regular YouTube stream. NQ5 May 21 EMA being tapped. ES rejecting the VWAP for now. Trying to wait, give it time. May reclaim. Nvidia is about to flip green. About to tap. Thank you. 2 minutes 21 EMA. ES flushing down. Staying patient. 15-minute opening range is closed. Tesla still coming up, now up 3.9%. Meta coming up. Palantir is down 1.1%. Nvidia flipping green. ES is still below the VWAP. 100 MA, 200 SMA. Tapping the VWAP now. Trying to wait. MicroStrategy now almost up 5%. You guys can see the ES is just coiling. So we may get through all this resistance right now. VWAP is resistance for now. Could be reclaimed as support. 100 MA, 200 SMA, pivot points, etc. NQ 30-minute, pretty bullish wick, but if it rejects the VWAP, it can come down pretty hard. What's up, Stunner? Good morning, Crazy Market. ES is wicking down. Nvidia trying to climb. What your app saying, bro? What do you mean, AJ? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Whoa. When you nod your head, yes. Little divergence. NQ is trying to come up. ES is holding below the VWAP. It's kind of coiling though. NQ 5 minute above the 20 May. RSI on the NQ 30 minute getting above that May. William Bizarre 120 day for the NQ 30 minute propping up. Already overbought though. That sucks, Stunner. Ninja Trader asking for a utility bill to confirm address. We don't have utility bills. Rejected bank statement. We'll probably use another platform for Nasdaq. Yeah, there's plenty of others. There's Interactive Brokers, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, whatever. Really preference. And then there's some other ones, but they're for really fast execution. I'm having conflicting biases right now. ES coming lower, creating a lower low. Little divergence. Trying to wait it out, chat. ES tapped the gap again. Gap was already filled, tapped it again, trying to hold. Turo, kind of jealous of you that you live in America, not gonna lie. Yeah, you can say I was definitely dealt very privileged lucky cards from that fact alone. Being born in America gives you innate privilege. And that's practically undeniable. I mean, the amount of opportunity over here is crazy. But nothing will be handed to you. Very little. Now EBT, etc. People argue for the lower class, they get handed a lot, but plenty of opportunity. What's up, Tom? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Free electricity and water came at a disadvantage. Oh. ES is dropping hard, NQ is not dropping. Seems to be a divergent day. The SPACs turn red. Are they manipulating it up so people think it's going to wake up, go to the pre-market high? Could be a double bottom on the ES. I mind that. Nvidia flipping red now. MicroStrategy giving up most of the gains. Remember, Trump is speaking in 6 minutes. We're waiting for him right now. I got the live feed pulled up. Pulled up on YouTube. Get that ready. I'm shorting one there, just on the NQ 5 minutes one when he met us. I'm expecting this to continue waterfalling, but I'm just gonna be in with one for now. If it gets above the VWAP, we may cut it loose. Maybe. Nvidia is red. Everything's coming down a bit, so I'm expecting this to waterfall a little bit. Probably to the pre-market low. So far, ES is bouncing, NQ is bouncing down 70, down 80. One contract short. Oh, NQ 5 minute could prop. Bouncing down 100. Nvidia starting to come up. Down 150. That's why I only start with one. Down 200. Tapping the NQ 30 minute VWAP. ES getting closer to the VWAP. I do not like that. I don't like how NQ 5 minute propped up above that 21 EMA. Gotta watch this very closely. Not adding quite yet. Down 10 points. May have to cut this and flip biases. Down 300. I like that prop a lot. Nvidia getting closer to flipping green. I'm gonna put a stop. Usually don't do this.
Order submitted.
Boom, boom, boom. Let's put it right. Yeah, we'll go right above that pivot point. We stopped out for negative 20 something points, but I'm gonna limit this loss. I'm not gonna add to this. Just limit the risk, limit the exposure. This should waterfall down. They might want to do shenanigans. Down 300, down 400, one wake up, and we will be stopped out. Just limiting the loss right now. ES is about to tap the VWAP. We're gonna be stopped out. Nvidia's propping up. NQ5 minute looks beautiful. Stunning, stupendous, superb. Well, we stopped out for like negative 600, not the end of the world. Now, if ES gets above the VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA, we may flip this green. Or we could hold for this trend line. We have a pretty big trend line at 23,768. Yeah, I don't like how everything's propping. Everything's becoming a little bullish. The only thing to the downside favorably is Nvidia still flipped red. And it's coming lower. Apple's down 1.6%. Probably gonna wake up though. Stop us out. ES created a W. Double bottom. Down 300, down 380, one contract short. Down 20 points. Tap the pivot point. Nvidia is trying to come up. This is probably going to flush the high of market. High of pre-market, 23,773. I could do normal strategy and be fine here, but I'm just going to take and eat this $600 loss. Battery stopped out. Tapping the pivot point. About to wake up. Getting volatile. Down 500, down 550. News. Trump is speaking. Trump is at a press conference right now. Appreciate that, Fod. Down 400. ES tapping the VWAP, rejecting now. It claims it. It's not a bueno, it's not good. Arsenal, every trade is not a winning one. No clap, I'm losing money right now. I'm down 400, one contract short. About to test NQ 30-minute VWAP. ES showing some signs of a pullback. Well, we'd be break even right now if I added 2. Pretty bullish momentum, about to wake up. Nvidia is trying to come down. Okay, breaking above that pivot point. ES got above the VWAP. Just waiting to be stopped out. Down 550. ES tapping the 200 SMA. Tom said these QQs are incapable of taking a breather. That was a little liquidity sweep, but I think it's just going to coil consolidate. Probably going to wish I added to this trade. Because Nvidia is probably pretty low. Nvidia is now down 0.4%. So we would have been out on that if I was stuck to normal strategy. I would add 2 at that pivot point. The average would have brought us to like these highs. So we would have been out right there with at least 1. Down 300, down 250, tapping the NQ 30-minute VWAP. Just so you guys know, this was terrible execution, by the way. And QES is rejecting the VWAP again. So far, pull back at 20 points, down 100. NQ 30 minute looking very bearish. ES rejecting the VWAP for the 4th time. NQ 5 minute getting a 20 May bounce. Trump is speaking, by the way. Actually, no, he's not. We're still waiting. Gonna limit the loss a little bit. Go right above this high. Now it's only a $300, $400 loss instead of a $600 loss. This shouldn't reclaim the NQ 30 minute VWAP, but if it does, if we get a bounce here, ES gets above the VWAP, this is probably going very high. Probably 30, 40 points up, at least. NQ 30 minutes, propping above the VWAP for now. NQ 5 minute, bouncing over the 21 EMA. What's up, Clips? Tom, I am bearish to start, but the initial plan was to long the short, the wick down from the start. Long that, decided to just stay patient, wait, and I saw a little weakness, just mismanaged it, and didn't want to add to this account. Would have been beautiful though if I would have stuck to the original plan, added 2. We'd be out with like 500, 700. It's fine. ES is propping up. Boom, boom, boom. NQ 30 minute getting a bounce off the volume weighted average price. Google's now down 1%. Nvidia taking lower. But I am overall bearish a little bit. Now, if this Russia-Ukraine stuff gets settled, then I'm flipping bullish. Which I think it will. 5 points away, 4 points away from being stopped out. Down 300. Down 320. Just so you guys know, you guys are not captives of your trade. You are not being held hostage for your trade. I could cut this right now, flip long. I'm deciding to hold the pain and stop. So we got out for a $400 loss. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Yeah. Could be a lower high. Could be. Still waiting for Trump to take the stand. He was scheduled at 10 a.m. Trump presser on crime and homelessness. Still waiting. Arsenal, this is what I do. The shorts were insane this morning on small caps. Saw a stock go from 18 to 6. Yeah, no thank you. Yeah, I do not trade small cap stocks anymore. Nope, nope, nope. Well, very rarely. Nope, nope, nope. Time, we had a bullish 6-minute tap model that I took. Trailed my stop till hit for 1800. I just took this short for 1250, so I'm ending my morning with 3000. Good job, Tom. What's up, man? Could be a lower high. We are bouncing. ES is above the VWAP, 100 MA. About to tap the 200 SMA. NQ tapping that pivot point, trying to create a higher high. Waking up. ES tapping the 200 SMA. Pre-market high at 23,773. Trump still not speaking. Also on the docket, 11:30 a.m. EST, US 6-month, 3-month bill. Draw some trend lines. Waking up. It's getting bullish. Bitcoin's up 0.5%. Nvidia's ticking up. Man, it is a battle today. Look at this ES chart. VWAP, double bottom, VWAP, higher low, higher high. This could be another higher low. Tapping the VWAP, trying to bounce. It is a battle today. People are really conflicted over this news. Tapping the pivot point, ES flushing below the VWAP. Trying to bounce all that pivot point. ES is flushing low. ES rejected 200 SMA, VWAP 100 SMA coming down. Nvidia starting to tick down. NQ 5-minute, very bearish wick. Still waiting for Trump. So if you guys missed it on Friday, Trump tweeted the highly anticipated meeting between myself as President of the United States of America and President Vladimir Putin of Russia will take place next Friday, August 15th in the great state of Alaska. Further details to follow. So everyone is expecting great things from that meeting. We will see. That is the first time, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, chat. The first time they are meeting since Trump has became president for the second time. Steve, I'm trading the Nasdaq future indices, NQ futures. Appreciate it, Steve. What's up, legend? Morning. Tom, I hope you guys have a awesome trading day. Good luck to everyone. Low key still too tired, so go back to bed. Hey. Appreciate it, Tom. Good trading today, man. Very nice. Very nice. I like a lot. Very nice. Good stuff. Yeah, starting to waterfall a little bit. NQ 5-minute looking pretty bearish. Appreciate the follow. Nah. Nah. Hey. Goodbye. Nah. Waking up. Remember, pre-market high at 22,773. I thought I'd follow you all this time. Our contracts same as lots. I've never heard of lots. Just contracts. Are you talking about fractional? How a stock can be like when I was trading Weeble, you could buy like 0.2 percent of one share. Are you talking about that? I'm not sure. Are you in the US? If you're not in the US, I have no idea how it works. No idea. Legend says Trump's about to be talking. Yeah, I don't trade Forex. Okay. We have micros, mini, lots. Yeah, the last time I traded Forex was literally 4 years ago. and I hated it. Traded it for a week and scrubbed it from my brain. Trump's getting ready. ES is now above the 100 MA, VWAP, and 200 SMA. NQ, 30 minutes, tapping that trend line. Child, do what is best for you. I cannot recommend you do anything financially. I am not a financial advisor, my friend. For entertainment, educational purposes only. Do what is best for you. Trade what you're most adapt to, what best suits your style. I love the fast pace of the Nasdaq, but that's because I mainly scalp. Mainly. What's up, Visual? Dustin, when do you start trading in the morning? I trade at 9:30 a.m. EST every single day. For the most part. Range is getting tight. It did tap that trend line on the NQ 30 minute. So it could come down, and Nvidia's trying to come up. Everything's kind of turning green. Alibaba flipping green. Still waiting for Trump to get on the podium. He was scheduled 22 minutes ago at 10 a.m. Sir, this is Ninja Trader. Ninja Trader. Cha, how long have you been trading for? I've been watching you recently. It's pretty unique style of trading. My mind was blown, but yeah, man, keep it up. I'm a trader for half a decade, Cha. What's up, Anthony? My bro. Barn is up 1,600 on an alpha account. Up 1,000 on MFF. You guys are killing it, man. Straight killing it. Love to hear, man. Man, dude, bro. Good to hear, guys. Anthony's down 400 on pocket options. That's exactly how much I'm down. We just took a trade and was down 600, then it pulled back. If I would have stuck with normal strategy, added 2 at that pivot point, we would have made 500, 700. Decide not to put risk on. But really need to stop that. But we're down 400 in one account. One trade down 400. Who start? Pretty slow day. Didn't stick with the initial conviction because honestly I have not been following news too much. That's why I've been just constantly refreshing at the beginning, reading them synopsis. But before streaming, I would do 4 hours of market prep before market starts, and I would get pretty much like 90% plus. Like, I could predict the market pretty well. Just watching these stocks, pivot points, what the ES does, and Q around the key levels, VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA, and then long-term news, short-term, medium-term, like tariff deals, etc., etc. But haven't had the time, or haven't prioritized it and made it have enough time. Low volatility spike on Nvidia. Palantir flipping red again. It's all just excuses though. Most of this is second nature at this point anyway. What's up, Tom? Stafford. Chris, I just bought a couple of TPT accounts and I'm also using NinjaTrader. Can you show me how you set you stop losses after entering a trade? You right click on the chart. Right click on the chart and below strategy performance in that section, sell limit 1, market order 1, buy stop market. That's how you do it. That's how I do it. You can also hotkey it, but you can customize it however you want. NinjaTrader you can fully customize for the most part. Can't do some things, but you can customize pretty well. Like, you can have a hotkey that goes break even once it hits once you hit it. You can do whatever you want basically. The effort is best for you. Nvidia is now up 0.4% and climbing. Turn on chat trader. What do you mean, Barn? Anthony lost $400 in pocket options and said, yep, now I'm going to have breakfast and regroup. That's exactly the mindset you need. No missed opportunity, only the next merge. The exact mindset you need, guys. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. You guys have seen that constantly from me. Like, even now with this loss, just slowing down, taking time, staying patient, waiting for the correct opportunity. If I was off stream, I'd probably just go take a walk. Go eat some food, maybe go for a run. You guys are unlimited in the realm of you can move around. When I'm on stream, I stay on stream for the most part. So I'll just be watching the charts. Plus, it's only one trade, negative 400. I'm not really that pressed about it, but just slowing down mainly because I haven't really stayed up to date with news too well. I've been really focusing on that merch for the past week, getting that out for you guys, and then I have a couple more designs to make. Something to do with T-Romp, some hoodies to make, and then after that it's going to be full focus on the simulator. I'm aiming, no promises, but aiming for that simulator to be out in probably a month and a half, 2 months, 3 months at the latest. Really depends how particular I really want to get. But that is the goal. Then mentorship probably 2 months after that. So by a year of social media, we really should be have the infrastructure built to really go nuclear. Chart trader, click to trade, like you have on top right. Bar and I just trade with hotkeys. Hotkeys is faster execution than clicking. Just Control Z to buy, Control X to sell, or short, however you want to look at it, and Control C to clear everything. Clear everything. Most of the time, I'm using Control Z and X. Most of the time. Last Friday was more volatile than today. Yeah, I took Friday off, and when Friday came around, I realized that Trump was we had that Trump sanction fear-mongering looming. That was a little mistake, but just took it off anyway. John, first green day after losing streak last week. BMNR is hot. Good job, John. Steven, why don't you use red and green on bars? Just curious. Tom hinting at this, psychological colors. You really want to remove the red and green colors on your chart. If I was not streaming, I wouldn't even have the P&L on my screen. Wouldn't even trade with P&L on my screen. Trade the execution over the result always. Execution over result always. And get rid of the red and green colors. Get rid of them. Get them out of your mind. Either switch to white and black, blue and black, orange and black like me, or something else. They have them chart colors for a reason. Get you overly emotional, get you fearful, etc., etc. So you really want to just every probable step you can take to up your chance of winning. That's what you need to take. You want all the probabilities stacked on your side in your favor. John, thanks. You inspired me. Thank you. Appreciate it, John. Norman, think I will set up hotkeys today. There is a learning curve, guys. If you guys are used to clicking the mouse, buying, etc., expect to mess up. Expect to accidentally short when you mean to long, etc. Expect to mess up for probably a month. Makes sense on the colors, yeah. That's why I don't like seeing the P&L on my screen as well. Why I also don't trade with goals. Daily, weekly, monthly. I have long-term goals only. It seems like we have a lot of new traders here. I like to say size does matter. Don't over leverage. Yes, we all want to be as rich as possible, but the more you risk, the more you make and lose. Very well said, Tom. Very well said. Yeah, you really need to maintain that leverage and risk profile. If you guys are just starting out, I have the privilege of having half a decade experience starting in 2020, 2021 during the AMC GME conversion event. I have a lot of wicked trading under my belt. That whole period, that whole craze, then you have the Trump tariff stuff, and just so many moments in between. But if you guys do not have that, you can do what you want. But what I would personally do if I was just starting out again, simulate trade, simulate trade, simulate trade. Go on Excel spreadsheet, document your winning, losing trades, get the winning win rate from that, calculate your P&L for the day, write a 1-sentence line synopsis of how you felt during the day, why things went wrong, why things went right, just your overall opinion. Write a 1-sentence synopsis and just introspect, review. Also record your trading. Most traders overlook that step, but recording your trading is very important and will set you leaps and bounds above most, because the majority do not do it. That's why only 1 to 5% of traders are profitable. They do not record their trading for the most part. That's not the only reason, but a lot of people underestimate that. Record your trading so you can see what went wrong. If you want, talk through your process while recording so you can just see the mindset you were in, etc., etc. But if you are a drone like I was, streaming is definitely, I mean, I'm getting more and more comfortable with it being here. Kind of just do what I do. Try to talk to you guys, educate you guys as much as possible, give you guys as much value as possible. But sometimes I sit here silent and just look at the charts, and that is what I was doing before streaming. Just silent, trade here, trade there, trade here, trade there. Sometimes you gotta be locked in. Unknown, start of a downtrend, could be. Could be. I think it has 1 to 2 more legs up. Crypto Fear and Greed came out 70 out of 100 greed. Fear and Greed Index for the side market came out 61 out of 100. AMD confirms it has received China AI chip export license. Also, Nvidia is giving 15. Let me scroll down and get this right. Nvidia to share 50% of revenue from H20 chip sales in China. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent expects trade issues to be finished by October. Is Trump speaking yet? No, he is not. We are still waiting. NQ falling below that pivot point. Pivot point at 23,746. NQ 30 minute looking more and more bearish. Appreciate you spilling all that info into the chat time. You definitely bless some people. Bless some people with the gift of knowledge, which is the main purpose of life. Passing on knowledge to generation to generation. Appreciate it, Tom. All right, let's clean up the chart a bit. Nasty. Arsenal. When you say trading, these stocks are relatively stable. If so, I assume you just have to invest a lot to profit a decent amount. This is the Nasdaq future indices, so it's an amalgamation of tech stocks. That's how I like to refer to it. Tech stocks in the US: Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Netflix, MicroStrategy, Palantir, etc., etc. The list goes on, but that's the main ones I have on my watch list. Stable. It's very volatile. Now the regular Nasdaq is a little more stable. Right now during this period, I wouldn't classify anything as stable, especially with Trump, tariff deals, wars possibly ending. Just everything is very volatile, which I love. But for the general person, it's probably not that great. Just seeing the swings in their 401ks, IRAs, Roth IRAs, it's probably not nice. Do you trade SPY? No, I do not. Prop firm to wait. Of course, I'm always happy to help. Appreciate your time. Imagine 50% profit from Nvidia's AI data center sales. That's crazy money. Yeah. Yep. They are banking it for sure. Nvidia is one of them ones. Still waiting for Trump. Still waiting for Trump. We're still waiting. I have it pulled up. Still waiting, chat. Oh, we are no longer waiting. Thought I was live that whole time. How long has he been speaking? He's only been live for 2 minutes. Didn't miss much. Let's get into it.
Wow. I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, very serious purpose. Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal.
This is, if you guys are just tuning in, this is Trump announcing tackling of the homelessness, crime, etc. in Washington, D.C. What are your thoughts, chat? What do you think? What do you think? Do you think this is a good thing for the DC? You know, world leaders constantly come and go into the White House, and you kind of need it looking good, especially the surroundings. They're driving through all these areas, etc., etc. So it is valid. Do you think? Do you like this or do you not like this? Do you like this? Do you not like this? Trump cleaning up the homelessness and crime in DC.
Control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety.
He loves deploying that National Guard, which I don't fully mind. I mean, they are mostly on reserve.
Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters.
And he also has the authority, so most of the time.
And I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst.
The murder rate in Washington, D.C. is higher than something Colombia. Bogota. What do you say? Bogota?
Mexico City, some of the places that
Mexico City
is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia.
Bogota, Colombia. What is Bogota, Colombia? Bogota, Colombia. Look at this. It popped up. Google is watching us, man. You see this? Instantly came into my feed. Google's watching us. They're listening. Bogota, Colombia. Hopefully nothing weird pops up. Is it known for its crime? Whoa. Bogota, Colombia. Bogota, officially distro capital and formerly known, blah, 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 is the capital and largest city of Colombia. The city is administered as the capital district as well as the capital of, though not politically part of, the surrounding department of Cundinamarca. Bogota is territorial and a territorial entity of the first order with the same administrative status as the Department of Colombia. It is the main political, economic, administrative, industrial, cultural, a bunch of others, education center of the country of and North South America. Interesting. How about the crime rate? Crime rate. The crime rate. Let's wait for this. AI. Bogota has a relatively high crime rate. Particularly for street crimes like armed robbery. Although its homicide rate is lower than the national average. As a recent data, Bogota homicide rate is around 15 per 100,000 residents, with significant concerns about violent crime in impoverished areas of the city. Well, that makes sense. Interesting.
Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate, probably.
BS says most of the homeless are veterans. If you start cleaning up criminality, you got to start in the White House, isn't he? Don't most downtowns in the U.S. have insane crime rates? Pretty much. Baltimore, Chicago, Illinois, Portland, San Francisco. They're the ones that come to mind. Washington State. I forget the exact, but yeah, they all have pretty significant crime problems.
They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years.
Memphis. Yeah. Don't for me, known not so far. Probably good. Cleaning up the streets of DC is probably good. Crime bad in DC. It'll look better if it works. Other cities could follow suit. Yeah, most red states. Trump is gonna already clean up California in preparation for 2028 Olympics. He's already stated he'll use any means necessary, clean up the state, get the streets prepped and ready, and just safe for everyone to travel, etc., etc. So he's already going to do that.
Worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes to our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And you know, when you say take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is, okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru, all double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. DC, 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in
Bogota, Colombia was 15 and 100,000. Washington, D.C. in the United States is 41 out of 100,000. Insane.
Other cities are pretty
insane.
Bad,
thoughts, chat, thoughts.
Is that where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication.
To be fair, what we just read, Bogota, armed robberies and things like that are probably higher in Bogota just because it's a more impoverished country, city, nation, etc., etc. So.
There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit.
Yeah, the Nasdaq is waterfalling.
Numbers on crime, and we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. but he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. Every American has a constitutional right to be able to access and petition their government in safety, and countless federal officials and employees likewise have the right to carry out their jobs in peace.
Good
without
night,
being shot.
Barn.
As you know, I lost
Appreciate
a
it,
very
man.
good person a while ago, was shot waiting for his wife. He was in the car. They robbed his car. They shot him. They killed him like it was nothing to it. She was walking to the car. It's a horror show. This issue directly impacts the functioning of the federal government and is a threat to America, really. It's a threat to our country. We have other cities also that are bad, very bad. You look at Chicago, how bad it is. You look at Los Angeles, how bad it is. We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far.
Baltimore, man, Baltimore is man, that's Baltimore, Oakland. I mean, you name it. Just
Gone.
super riddled with crime, super riddled.
We're not
I
going to
think they're in like the top 10 most crime-ridden or worst cities to live in. Like, they're constantly in that list.
let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this. And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C., and we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say. Days ago, a former member of the Doge
With
staff
such
was
speed.
savagely beaten by a band of roving thugs after defending a young woman from an attempted carjacking. He was left dripping in blood. He thought he was dead, with a broken nose and concussion. Can't believe that he's alive. He can't believe it. In June, a 21-year-old congressional intern was tragically killed after being hit by a stray bullet in a drive-by shooting. A former Trump administration official named Mike Gill, fantastic person, was murdered last year in cold blood in a carjacking blocks away from the White House. We all knew him. Great person. Waiting for his wife as she was walking to the car. A Democrat congressman was also carjacked at gunpoint not far from the Capitol. And in 2023, an aide to Senator
Tom said, damn, I'm on my practice account on Top Step and I full ported at 23,757. I closed it for 15K profit. You can trade all news as long as it's not red folder news, right? You have to check the platform. Some platforms are, most are only red folders, red event news, core PPI, CPI, US initial jobless claims, FOMC, etc., etc. You have to look at your prop firm. For TBT, they have a calendar. You can go in and look.
Rand Paul was stabbed in the chest and head by a demented lunatic as he walked down the street, just absolutely for no reason. Horrifically, last July 4th weekend, a 3-year-old girl was shot in the head and killed while sitting in a car near the Capitol. It's becoming a situation of complete and total lawlessness. And we're getting rid of the slums, too. We have slums here. We're getting rid of them. I know it's not politically correct. You'll say, oh, so terrible. No, we're getting rid of the slums where they live. Caravans of mass youth rampage through city streets at all times of the day. They're in ATVs, motorbikes. They travel pretty well. Entire neighborhoods are now under emergency curfews. Just this past weekend, gunfire went through, and you saw that, the Navy Yard. I saw it this morning. They saw that they fought back against, let's see, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand. But they fought back against law enforcement last night. And they're not going to be fighting back long, because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, you know.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, on these prop firm accounts, you don't have to really worry about Trump press conference, any of that. Just main key economic news, but also reaffirm what I just said. Take that with a grain of salt, do your own research, and look at the prop firm's calendar, their specific rules, etc.
They love to spit in the face of the police.
Do what is best for
The
you.
police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing, and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they get hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any such, and you can see they want to get at it. and they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But
Appreciate you,
now they're allowed
Fiona.
to do whatever the hell they want.
Fiona,
This dire
Nadi,
public
appreciate
safety
the
crisis
follow.
stems directly from the abject failures of the city's local leadership. The radical left city council adopted no cash bail. By the way, every place in the country where you have no cash bail is a disaster. That's what started the problem in New York, and they don't change it. They don't want to change it. That's what started it in Chicago. I mean, bad politicians started it, bad leadership started it, but that was the one thing.
News
that
is
no
king,
cash bail.
Jado.
Somebody murders somebody, and they're out on no cash bail before the day is out. We're going to end that in Chicago. We're going to change the statute. I spoke with Pam and Todd and everybody. We're going to change the statute, and I'm going to have to get the Republicans to vote because the Democrats are weak on crime, totally weak on crime. They don't know why. They want to stop because they get mugged too.
Is it just me, or is Pam Bondi just over it? I mean, to be fair, she's probably overworked and tired, but she just looks over it. This is a case of RSB, or RB.
But we're going to change.
And then Pete Hegseth is just super serious, ready to go to war. Looking at him like, send me to war, General, send me to war. I'm ready, I'm ready. I mean, that is his vibe, which I don't mind.
No cash bail. We're going to change the statute.
I mean, he is looking at him. I mean, woof.
To some of the other things, and we'll count on the Republicans in Congress and Senate to vote. We have the majority, so we'll vote. We don't have a big majority, but we've
Appreciate
gotten
it, Tom.
everything, including the great, big, beautiful bill. Got that done, and that's one of the greatest things that's ever happened to people in this country. They're starting to figure it out, how good it is. Biggest tax cut in history. So many things. But we'll be able to get that done. So, Todd, if you and Pam can draw up things working with the people, we will. I'll get it passed. We'll get it passed with the Republicans. Probably won't get, think of this, probably won't get one Democrat vote because they have no idea what they're doing. That's why they want men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender for everybody transgender. And they just got walloped in an election, in a landslide, and they haven't changed one thing. I saw the other day that certain gentleman who was a very well-known politician, Democrat, was fighting like hell that men should be allowed to play in women's sport. They just don't get it. They said it's an 80-20 issue, and I think it's a 97-3 issue, and I don't know who the three are. I've never heard anybody come. Nobody's ever come up to me, sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. You have to do it, sir. Nobody's ever approached me. I don't know where this issue even comes from. Never seen anything like it. But they turned our nation's capital into a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's the other thing. We have to get rid of sanctuary cities as quickly as possible. We're going to do it.
Speaking of that, what do you guys, type of one in chat if you're in favor for sanctuary cities, 2 in chat if you're not in favor. It's basically like a safe place where illegal immigrants can go and not be prosecuted by federal cops, deportation officers, ICE officers, etc., etc. Type of 1 if you're in favor for that, 2 if you are not in favor. Could also run a poll. Go ahead and do that. Let's do that. So most people thought this was going up today. Let's do that. Let's do a poll. Are you in favor of sanctuary cities? Probably didn't spell that right, but I also don't care. Vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. I know a lot of you want to remain anonymous. When I was in high school, we had 2 girls on our football team. I don't know why I just read that, but okay. I don't, why? Okay. Okay. All right.
We have to. Because it's sanctuary for
What
criminals.
was that in
Releasing illegal alien gang members onto the streets in 2022, nearly 70% of criminals arrested in Washington went unprosecuted. That's not going to happen with the group we have standing aside and standing behind me. And at the Metropolitan Police Department...
Turo, that's what I said. Turo says, dude, you need to see the gentleman in the beginning next to the blonde. He is alert. Are you talking about Pete Hegseth? The, oh my God, what is he? I forgot what he is. I forgot what his title is. He's like the head of the military. Oh boy. Pete Hegseth, whatever. He just is super alert, super serious, just staring at Trump with conviction, like ready to go to war as we speak. He might know something we don't about Russia and might just be getting prepped.
It's now reached a small number relatively compared to what it was.
To the right?
It's thousands of people. You know, we have thousands of police. I was told today, sir, they want more police. I heard a number, 3,500 police. That's a lot of police. 3,500. I thought they were going to say we only have 30 policemen.
Wall Street says, how about we make their countries better so they don't have to migrate to America? Why is that our responsibility, Wall? Why is that? We can barely keep our country together. How are we gonna like just unify the whole entire world? I mean, we like and make everyone else better when we're still in shambles. We still got veterans, homeless, etc., etc. I mean, come on. There's a lot that needs fixed on our end. Now, obviously, grace and helping everyone out along the way, but you can only do so much.
Or women. He said, we have 3,500. We need more. You don't need more. That's so many. I never heard. That's like an army. How could you need more than 3,000? It just happened 2 minutes ago. Sir, they've requested more police. Oh, what do they have? About 3,500. I said, 3,500? This is not a big area. It's ridiculous. What you need is rules and regulations, and you need the right people to implement them. And we have the right people here, that I can tell you.
People keep mixing illegal migrants with legal immigrants. Wording is important. Yep. I think the majority of the U.S. is in favor of illegal immigrants that have committed crimes being deported. But where it gets tricky is like illegal immigrants who came in here illegally but have been here for like 10 years, have families. Like, that's where it gets a little, like, it's not so 80-20 issue anymore. Like, if they're paying taxes, if they're not, like, maybe we could fast track it. If they haven't committed any crimes, if they've been law-abiding citizens, like, that's where some grace needs to be put in. Trump has already stated that, though, with, like, farmers. Farmers need workers and other agricultural, like, works, hotel industries, hotel workers. He's already trying to put something in place to combat that. So he's aware. He's aware. We'll see how it plays out.
Biden said there's nothing you can do. Kamala was the border czar. She never called one of the border patrol agents who are great. ICE is great. Never spoke to anybody. Never went there. But she was the border czar. And everybody said it was impossible to fix. I fixed it in 3 months. No, really. I fixed it the first week, but really fixed it over the last couple of months. And I mean, literally to a point where, as I said, 0 illegals entering our country in the last 90 days. Pretty amazing. It's time for dramatic action. We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe.
Tom says, I think we need to fix the people that live in America. There's a lot of corruption. Most people act like homeless don't exist. There was a great video. I wonder if we can find it. Let me try and find this video. I think this is actually super important. There was a video of people walking by what is it? It was like, I'm just gonna write homeless, but I don't think it was exactly that. People walking by homeless. There was I don't know if I will be able to find it, but there was a great does anyone know it? There was like an experiment. Will pedestrians stop? It's some challenge. I do not think we'll be able to find it. No. But anyway, it was like a video illustrating just the cruelty of the world. I think it was actually gendered, like a woman and a man. Like they had a woman crying and all disheveled, or like getting verbally battered by a man, like her supposed significant other, and just getting just yelled at constantly, and then like everyone crowded that man and protect the woman. But roles reversed. The man was getting battered physically and verbally by the woman, and no one stepped in. Everyone just laughed. And it I think there was another illustration that I'm mainly hinting at, pointing to, the homeless. Like people just constantly walked by homeless that were like freezing, and like the cruelty of the world is very serious. People are narcissistic, solipsistic, and just constantly me, I, and they're just focused on what they have to do for the day, and they don't want any interruptions. Now there's a very few. There's like the 5-10% that'll stop, give the person the coat, blanket, give them money for food, etc. Go get them a blanket, go get them food, bring it. But they're very rare people. And the video was just an insane illustration on the cruelties of the real world.
City very soon. We're not looking to take years.
Especially if you're a man. You are all alone. For the most part.
Die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job. And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. You know, if you're competent, it's easy. If you're
Norman says, in college, I learned a term, bystander apathy. Exactly what you are talking about. Yeah.
Incompetent, it's impossible.
It's actually insane.
And I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. You know, a lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. They got some police, but they're rough police, and they do their job. They don't have crime. We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here.
What's he referring to?
I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top. No, we don't have to rip the road out and spend 7 years building a new road because they cut everything. Because some designer said, well, we need a 1/4 of an inch more turn for safety reasons. No, we're going to do it right. We're going to get it done quickly. So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Just got him.
Whether you like Trump or not, you got to admit, his comedy is on another level. I mean, name another political figure who has his charisma, who can make a whole room engage, laugh. I mean, it's just undisputable, whether you like him or not.
Most highly recommended person. And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the
Metropolitan
Police Department. Okay?
What's up, babe?
You run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. Because of woke.
Benefit.
But you have a lot of great police, and those people are the ones that want to help you.
Race.
This city will no longer be a...
I gotta call you Race. I butcher that first name. Race, what's up, man? Good morning, good morning. Oh, insider info from Gapper. 8:30-ish in 59 minutes.
Sanctuary for illegal alien criminals.
I'm waiting.
We will have full, seamless, integrated cooperation at all levels of law enforcement, and we'll deploy officers across the district with an overwhelming presence. You'll have more police, and you'll be so happy because you'll be safe. When you walk down the street, you're going to see police, or you're going to see FBI agents. We're going to have a lot of agents on the street. You're going to have a lot of essentially military, and we will bring in the military if it's needed, by the way. We're going to have National Guard, but Pete Hegseth will tell you about it. We will bring in the military if needed. People say, oh, that's so terrible. He's going to bring in, it's been used many times.
All right, let's do this. Benefit, X Raytheon, race. Yep. We're sticking with race. Yep.
Over the years.
Yep.
I don't think we'll need it. I think we've got so many great people, including the people that are in the
Appreciate
police
you, Race.
department with
Appreciate
proper
you, man.
leadership. They'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks to get them the hell off the street, maybe get them out of the country, because a lot of them came into our country illegally. They shouldn't have been allowed.
Ray says, I forget the websites you said to check out to start investing. If you're a beginner, you should be simulated. If I was just a beginner, if I was just starting out again, I would be simulated trading on TradingView. I believe Webull has a paper trading account as well. TradingView has a paper trading account as well. NinjaTrader has a paper trading account as well. I believe you can get them in most places, but TradingView, NinjaTrader, TradingView, whatever you have, and then also record your trading, Excel spreadsheet, etc., what I said earlier. But if you actually want to trade NinjaTrader, Interactive Brokers, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, but make sure you do all your research and pick one that is best suited for you, your trading style. Just do your research. Take everything I said with a grain of salt. Do your own research. This is not financial advice. Nothing I say or do is financial advice. Hold your own conviction. It's for entertainment, educational purposes only.
Allowed in. They come from Venezuela. They come from all over the world. We're going to get them the hell out. They won't be here long. But some of these people, a lot of them are homegrown criminals.
Merch.
And these are bad people. These are rough people. And this is just a list of some of the people that were given to me today that were criminals removed from the D.C. streets this weekend. They were rough and tough. But we're rougher and tougher. Look at these people here. Nothing, you know. They're not going to be your local school teacher. Look at this guy. He has killed people numerous times. They're not going to be an asset. They will never be an asset to society. I don't care. I know we all want to say, oh, they're going to be rehabbed. It's not going to be
Who did you just show? Let me go back.
We're rougher and tougher. Look at these people here. Nothing, you know. They're not going to be your local school teacher. Look at this guy. He has killed people numerous times. They're not going to be an asset. They will never be an asset to society. I don't care. I know we all want to say, oh, they're going to be rehabbed. It's not going to be rehabbed. I'm going to ask Doug Burgum to come up and say a couple of words because he's in charge, as you know. He's interior, but he's in charge of the U.S. Park Police. And I've heard so many great things about the Park Police. They're proud of it. They've been there for a long time. Their families oftentimes grow into the roles. They love the country. They love this area. So, Doug, could you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the U.S. Park Police, this is the oldest federal police force in the nation. They were formed in 1791 by none other than President George Washington. They've got the awesome responsibility of protecting our nation's most sacred monuments. The National Mall, Washington Monument, Jefferson Memorial, Lincoln Memorial, Statue of Liberty, and out west, the Presidio and the Golden Gate area. These folks have tens of millions of visitors a year, the kind of people that President Trump's talking about that come from around the country and around the world to see our sacred and learn about our history and our sacred monuments. They've been doing a fantastic job, but they are so pleased, the rank and file, that President Trump is now allowing them to enforce the law. As those of you that live in the city may know that the circles and the triangle parks that are spread throughout D.C. are actually federal park property. So the U.S. Park Police also have responsibility for that. These became littered with homeless camps under the Biden administration. All of you saw that. Since President Trump's executive order on March 27th, making D.C. safe and beautiful again, the U.S. Park Police have removed over 70 homeless camps. And President Trump also talked about beautification. They're stopping and enforcing the laws against graffiti on our monuments. They've removed over 80 specific attacks against our history with graffiti on our monuments. So they continue to do a great job, whether it's in their vehicles, on foot, or on the mounted police that you see around the National Mall. And President Trump, they thank you. The rank and file is so happy to be enforcing the law again. Thank you for your leadership.
No, you're fine, Norman.
They're excited about the announcement you're making.
You're good.
Thank you, very good. Great job you're doing. Thank you very much. Pete, could you say something about the military doing?
Well, Mr. President, it's an honor to be here. And at your direction,
Appreciate you,
mobilize the D.C. National Guard. It will be
Appreciate
operationalized by the Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, through the D.C. Guard. You will see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week.
Yeah, I
At your
said
direction as well,
TradingView.
sir, there are other units we are prepared to bring in. Other National Guard units, other specialized units. They will be
What's
strong.
up, Joe?
They will be tough, and they will stand with their law enforcement partners. This is nothing new for DOD. As the President noted, at the border, we've got 10,000 troops down there who've been operating in defense cooperation areas, defense zones, where there's zero illegal crossings because of troops on strikers scanning the border. We've been protecting other people's borders for 20 years. It's about time we protect our own. And we're working with ICE and CBP. In Los Angeles, we did the same thing.
Sending
Working with the
one
California
long.
National Guard, working with ICE officers. ICE officers
One
deserve
so I
to do
can
their
average
job and not be attacked. We will work alongside all D.C. police and federal law enforcement to ensure this
We'll listen to this in the background.
Is beautiful. And as I always say about President Trump to the troops, he has their back. And my message to the National Guard and federal law
Up 30,
enforcement
up
in Washington
40.
is, we have your back as well. Be tough, be strong, we're right behind you.
Up 100, waking up.
Pam, because she's now, as you heard me say, she's really in charge of a lot
Up
of what we're
130.
talking about. She's done an incredible job.
Pivot point at
Christopher Labor, and Maybe you
23,746.
could say a few words about
We
what we're
broke
talking about.
above the NQ 30-minute VWAP. We're probably going to hold this for a while.
Crime in DC is ending and ending today.
Probably
We are
at
going to use every
least
power
20 more
we have
points up.
to fight criminals here. President, thank you for caring about our capital. Families come here every summer. Our museums are free. We have the National Zoo. We have the National Gallery. DC should be a place where
ES
everyone can
is
come
below
and
the
feel
100 MA
safe.
VWAP
Behind
and
me to my
200 SMA.
side, we have some of the best career law enforcement and prosecutors in.
We'll just come back to this. We'll come back to this. Let's get in here. Up 170, up 180, top of that pivot point. Up 200. If you guys are new here, if you're enjoying the raw, transparent trading, catching up on the news, etc., live day trading, not just videos, not just shorts, please smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell after you subscribe, and follow the channel. Also, merch is out. Link is below, pinned to every chat. Merch is out. We could take a look at it, but we are in the middle of a trade. The new good afternoon J-Pal merch just got released. So if you're interested, check it out. Merch. Up to 40. So far, it's bounced around 37 points, tapping that pivot point. I love how the NQ 30 minutes prop in. NVIDIA's coming up with this. NQ 5 minutes above the 20 MA. Up to 30, up to 40, up to 60, up 300, one contract long. You guys have any questions, feel free to ask. We are in the midst of a battle. Trying to reclaim that pivot point. So far, tapped it, rejecting it now. Go chat. Reclaiming that pivot point. We want to see it pop off that pivot point in the next minute or two. Has a couple minutes. Could also pull back a little bit. ES tapped the gap fill. All gaps have already been filled, but this is a consolidation range between this yellow line, which is the 30-minute NQ 30-minute VWAP, and that pivot point. Inside that is a consolidation zone. So it's trying to break out of the resistance pivot point of that consolidation. Appreciate the follow, MM. Appreciate you guys. Merch. No missed opportunities. Only the next one, chat. Merch. Merch. I need to get a soundboard, man. Merch. Little pullback. It climbed around 37, 40 points. So a little pullback is no problemo. Good pullback all the way to the NQ 5 minute 21 EMA at 23,735. If it does get below the NQ 30 minute VWAP, we do have to be worried. This could flush down pretty hard. Make sure I'm not against any news. Remember, we have news in 12 minutes. US 6-month and 3-month bill. That is on the docket at 11:30 a.m. Good. Low volatility as well. ATR, average true range, is at 13.55. The VIX is at 15.8, up 4.3% for the day. Russell 2000 is down 0.1%. The Dow is down 0.3%. NQ futures are up 0.13%. ES about to flip green, but still red. NVIDIA up 0.2%. So far, we're getting rejected from that pivot point. So far, it has a couple more minutes to reclaim. Oh, you're only get by. Something like that. Gapper. I'm in with one more, and with too long. I like how Nvidia's propping up. I like what the ES is doing, up 200, getting above that pivot point. I think that's the first time on stream I've added when we're actually in profit. Thank you, 5 minute, looking a little bearish. ES tapping the 100 MA. I'm looking for a wick up. It has a lot of potential, chat, but it could waterfall down just as well as it can go up. Amazon is down 0.5%. Google down 0.23%. Trying to reject that pivot point. That's a very important pivot point. Very important. Who's in this trade? Who's in this trade? Make sure you guys are holding your own conviction. You should not be following me. Do not follow me. Thank you. 5 minute above the 20 May. In with 2 contracts long, just trying to get above that pivot point. Very important. That's the resistance pivot point. Come on, flush up. Bounce. Nvidia's coming up. ES is above the 100 MA, about to tap the VWAP. Elijah's been long on the ES for a while, close to break even now. Good job, Elijah. Yeah, if you guys are trading micros, it's definitely a little easier. I probably should, I may switch that. Go back to 5 cons. Just gives me a little more wiggle room. Plus the win rate will get a little better. I just have to trade it really particularly. If this rejects that pivot point, it's not good. Not good. It could pull back to the NQ 5 minute 20 May. Wouldn't hate that. So we're rejecting that pivot point for now. As long as it stays above the NQ 30 minute VWAP, we should be fine. ES bounced off a pretty significant trend line. If it comes back down and breaks it, not good. Down 200, down 300, 2 contracts long, about to tap the NQ 30 minute VWAP. ES falling below the 100 MA. Adding 2 and with 4 contracts long. NQ 5 minute tapping the 20 May. Down 7 points. We want to see it bounce here. Down 200, down 150, 4 contracts long. NQ 30 minutes still has a chance. Up 40, up 60. Tapping the 20 May. NQ 5 minutes still holding on to the 20 May. Down 120. Down 360, down 400. Come on, bounce. 5 minute looks very weak. NQ 30 minute looking weaker and weaker. That is a higher low. Up 180, up 200. I'll take 2 out at that pivot point once it taps that pivot point.
Order submitted.
Come on, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Could reject here. It is in the consolidation zone again. ES looks like it's going to come up. Bounce. Thank you, 5 minutes. Trying to bounce on the 20 May. I'll remove that for now. Bounce. Video ticking up. Been in the trade for 12 minutes so far. Low ATR, low volatility. So prepare to hold it for a while. Waking up 200. Has the volatility. It might just be holding this up, propping it up, and then it's going to waterfall down. If it rejects that 30-minute VWAP, it's not that good. Risk definitely shoots up. NQ 5-minute has some potential. Wake up 50, up 100, 4 contracts long. Pre-market high at 23,773. ES is trying to come up. Has some bearish wicks. Giving it some time. Very bearish. Come on, bounce. Trying to reject. Thank you. 5 minutes, 20 May as we speak. Down 400, down 500. Tapping the VWAP again. I do not love these bearish wicks. Don't love them. Oh, is that a liquidity sweep? Little manipulation down, send us up. Oh, some bearish wicks on that Q 5-minute. ES trying to bounce. We need Nvidia to keep propping. Tesla's up 4.3%. Microsoft's up 0.6%. Prop, baby, prop. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Has potential. She has potential. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. 50-point wick would be nice. Just a 50-point wick. What's the big dealio? What is the big deal? Nvidia's ticking up. I'd like to see that. Meta flipping green. That has potential. Hate the low ATR. Also, I'm choosing not to put a stop. So you guys know, a stop would definitely be intelligent here. Nvidia's starting to prop down a little bit. Things are getting a little ticked up. The VIX is coming up just a hair. ATRs went down all the way to 12. This is going to be a battle of nutrition. I can just feel it. Down 300, down 400, 4 contracts long. NQ 30 minute looking more and more bearish. Tapping the NQ 30 minute VWAP again. NQ 5 minute breaking below the 20 EMA. This is going to be a battle. Same, Elijah, same. I'm already pretty leveraged into this. Just have to believe in my conviction, chat. Really has some potential. To be fair, that's the 3rd time it's hit that. 4th time it usually breaks. Wicking down 10 points. NQ 30 minute getting more and more bearish.
Order
Adding
failed.
2. Down 500. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Up 150. Tapping the 20 May. I like that bounce. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Bounce, 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 bounce. It's above the NQ 30 minute VWAP. Bounce. Taking 2 out at 4. Taking 2 more out. All right, we're going to trail 2 up. We deleveraged, so we're fine now. At least briefly. Beautiful. We're looking to trail these 2 up. I'm going to give it some room so we can get above that pivot point. Then I'll move these break even. We're at 500 in the account. Could lock it in. I'm deciding to go full risk on with this. I believe in this a lot. This has a lot of potential, or I would just cut it right there. Could waterfall as well. You gotta know all risk. Liquidity sweep up. Drop this, waterfall this down. I don't know. Blockbuster says, take that profit. Hey, where are you trading? Nasdaq future indices. Future indices, the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq. This has a lot of potential, chat. Up 300, 2 contracts. We're practically up what the P&L is on screen. So we got out of the averaging for now. It has so much reward potential. If we can break out of this consolidation zone between the yellow line and that blue line, the pivot point up top, that is a consolidation zone. If we can wick above that resistance pivot point up top, we have potential all the way to 23,773. That would be stunning. Next couple candles, I think about moving a stop break even. If it can prop. ATR is low volatility. So we gotta give traders some time to play out. And this still could be a losing trade. What's up, Em? Hello, hello, hello. Appreciate you. Up 300 or 400, 2 contracts long. 2 contracts long. 2 contracts. NQ 30 minute has a lot of potential. NQ 5 minute, if it gets above the 21 EMA, has a lot of potential. When you have video, keep propping. NQ 2 minutes, tap into the 21 EMA. Has a consolidation range. It needs to break through that pivot point up top. Pivot point at 23,746. Waking up. A 450. Up 500. Up 600. Beautiful. Little more wick. I know it has it. It has it, chat. It has the sauce. Up 600. Looking for the wick up. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Go to the pivot point. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Low volatility is killing me. Yes, pulling back. Giving it time. Being a little more patient than I want to. But it has a lot of potential. Yes, trying to waterfall. That's not good. That's a lower high. Ooh. Still in the consolidation zone. I don't like that. Thank you, 30-minute. Could flip either way. If it is propping, to be fair. Thank you, 5 minutes. Having the 20 May. Unknown. 500 done for the day. Have a good one. Appreciate it, Unknown. Solid stuff. Good stuff, man. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. I told you guys it was going to be a battle. I knew it. These are mini contracts. And this is Ninja Trader. I do not like the NQ 5-minute at all. NQ 30-minute looking more and more bearish. ES is trying to bounce, which is good. Man, this volatility is trash. Absolutely insane. Trump, I want meeting with Zelensky and Putin. I will call the European leaders after Putin meeting. I think it's respectful that Putin is coming to the US. We're wicking down. That could be a rejection of the VWAP. NQ 5-minute breaking below 20 May. NQ 30-minute falling below the VWAP. That's not good. Really not good. It needs a prop here. Really needs a prop here. The more it keeps winking and testing that VWAP, the more this is likely to waterfall. Down 100. Luckily, I am deleveraged. Only 2 contracts on those. Down 3 points. Man, this could wake up crazy. This could actually wake up crazy. Could also be manipulation, just constantly propping it up, thinking it's going to go to that pre-market high, and then waterfalling this down, liquidating everyone. Starting to waterfall. Down 200, not going to add just yet. Appreciate the follow, ma. Mo. Abdul. Appreciate you. Down 7 points. We're gonna stay very patient. Down 200, down 300, getting a bounce. Beautiful bounce. So far, 8 points. About to tap thank you 5 minute, thank you 30 minute VWAP. Up 60, up 70. Could be a double bottom per se. Low volatility. Just gotta stay patient. No fear, no over trading, no greed. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Merch. No missed opportunities, only the next one. Only the next one. Down 300, 2 contracts long. Very bearish. Very bearish. We're going to be against this. Could double bottom here, but Nvidia's taken down. Meta flipped red. NQ 30 minute looks very bearish. ES looks very bearish. Down 350. We're going to be very patient and wait. We're only down 10 points so far. Gotta stay patient. Down 7 points. Down 100. ES is bouncing. Could be a double bottom. Could also be a false one. Trying to stay patient, chat. It is difficult at times. Trump will Putin meeting. I'd like to see a ceasefire. It is not up to me to make Russia-Ukraine deal. I will see the parameters and may leave and say good luck. Today is just one massive chop zone. Need to break above that NQ 30-minute VWAP. Really need to do it. ES is climbing pretty nice. Up 100, 150. So far, bounced 10 points. About to tap the NQ 5 minute, 21 EMA. We're above the NQ 30 minute. VWAP now, up 300, 2 contracts long. Holding conviction. Holding the conviction through the downturns. Being patient. Knowing the plan if things go awry. which they still could. Yes, wicking down. It's starting to get volatile. Come on, baby. Bounce, 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 bounce. We need NQ5 man to get above the 21 EMA. Go. Nvidia is trying to come up. Could be manipulation up. Send this down. Got to know. Trump on Nvidia and AMD chips. It involves an old chip that China already has. Trump on Putin meeting in Alaska. Zelensky could go to the meeting. Okay. Beautiful. Come on, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. I'm 90, up 240. Trying to wake up. It's becoming very volatile. That could be some news. Could be some news. Up 300. Could be news. Trump, Nvidia, H20 is obsolete, but it still has a market. Up 400. Could be all it has. Monday always slow. True the real. True. It's back in the consolidation range. Did spike up volatility wise, so pretty bearish wick. Pretty bearish wick. Alright, so it just swiped the liquidity to the upside. It's probably going to waterfall down. We're going to be against it. AQ5 May, 20 May got rejected, at least for now. Still has potential, but definitely a hard trade. Up 200. Up 4. Little more wick. Little more wick. Up 300. 2 contracts long. ES breaking above the 100 MA. Trying to tap the 200 SMA VWAP. NQ5 MA trying to break above the 20 MA. Volatility spiking up. I don't like how this hasn't wicked up significantly yet. Like to that pivot point. I really don't like it. This volatility spiking up could mean this drops very hard. Up 280, up 300, up 330, up 370. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Taking it there. Taking that 500 on that volatility spike. Probably should have held that long. I hate this low volatility, man. High volatility market. It already wicked up to the pre-market high. I hate holding that. Hate holding that. How long were we in that trade? 2, 4, 8, 12, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Almost 30 minutes. Profit at 510. I do not like how market was going though. Really has some potential. We could rejoin if it breaks above that pivot point. We'll be out for now. We'll be out for now. I had a lot of potential, chat. Still does, still does. Nvidia's trying to prop down. All right, so now we're up 100 on the day. We accrue that $400 loss. Now we're up 100. EW, I'm trading on Ninja Trader. What's up, King? Nice screen trade, Chris, on this low volatility day. Yeah, John. It is pretty brutal. I should have trailed one. 30-minute trade just for 500 is not. Actually, look at, wow. That's some greed right there. 30 minutes, $500. Can't really complain. Trump confirms Nvidia's 15% payment on H20 chip sales to China. He said, I think there will be another meeting about the Blackwell chip. Nvidia CEO saw payments from chip makers on sales. There it goes. There she blows. I may rejoin this. ES getting above the 100 MA, 200 SMA, tap the VWAP, trying to go. EW, I'm trading prop from accounts. Prop from accounts. You think SPY can go up? Got SPY calls. Well, you're depending on what your expiration is, you're really. Alright, so on the docket tomorrow, US-China tariff deadline, August 12th, starting August 12th. I'm assuming that's going to get a 90-day pause backed up, but we got to see. If it does, this will be a little bullish. And then tomorrow we have OPEC monthly report tentative, meaning it can move up and down the schedule as needed. And then US CPI, core CPI, consumer price index, so how much the consumer is paying. EIA steel report, US federal budget. But the main news is on Friday. Friday meeting. Friday meeting in Alaska with Trump and Putin, talking about ending the Ukraine-Russia war. That's going to be the real dictator of the markets. This economic news is going to be very important. Could send us to all-time highs, could rip us down 500,000 points. It really just depends. Really depends. You'll get a good litmus test starting tomorrow, though. See what happens with the US-China trade deal. If that gets pushed, I would say my sentiment goes a little more bullish. Norman, I like your merch. Appreciate you. Merch. If you guys don't know, this is my merch website. NoMissedOpportunity.com. NMO. Seize every opportunity, empowering apparel for those who grab every chance. No missed opportunities. We got the J Pale. Good afternoon. As the market tanks, as soon as he says good afternoon, no missed opportunities. And then I just like the design of these. I'm eventually going to get these. And then sticker, mug. So if you guys want the merch, click the link below. And it is just released. We literally just launched it practically today. Practically today it was launched. I said I was going to be launching something in the next week or two. That is what I was talking about. Merch is being released. I'm adding a couple more designs. Going to add hoodies. And then after that, I'm gonna leave that alone and just have that there, and then really focus on getting this simulator out. I took a little delay on the simulator for that. We're also building out the Discord. That's not out yet. Slow and steady, one step at a time. 3 months into social media, we already got merch. And once the infrastructure is built, once we have the simulator, mentorship, merch, Discord, just get the flow a little better, then we will really start ramping up. Videos, shorts, live streams. It's gonna be pretty explosive. Pretty explosive. Tom, I'm out, buddy. Gotta get materials. Appreciate your time. Good luck, man. Don't work too hard. I know it's hot as hell out there. Appreciate you. Well, let's look at your guys's, what you guys thought. Are you in favor of sanctuary cities? This was in response to what we were talking about with Trump. 38% yes, 62% no. For the YouTube short stream, it was a little more 50-50, 60 votes, 55% no. So majority no issue. Interesting. At least for this chat. Vote in the poll, vote in the poll, vote in the polls, vote in the polls. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? Profitable, negative, or learning? Vote in the polls, vote in the polls, vote in the polls. Vote in the polls, chat. All right, let's finish watching this Trump. If you guys don't know, before that trade, we were watching Trump announcing steps to tackle homelessness and crime in DC. So let's get back to that.
Who are ready to take this on. As the president said, Terry Cole is going to be supervising the Metro Police Department. Gaddy Serralta, our U.S. Marshal, is going to be supervising command and control, the entire operation. Our Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, and I will be working with him closely, along with our great FBI Director, Kash Patel. Kash is going to talk to you in a minute about what we did in Virginia recently with Governor Youngkin. Many of you covered that, and it was tremendously successful. Not only that, our secret weapon here in D.C. is U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, one of the toughest prosecutors and a former judge, and she is going to be talking about juvenile crime, how it's out of control here, and what she's going to do to fight back. No more crime rampant in our beautiful capital. No more teenage girls beating a disabled man to death. No more of that. No more drive-bys. We're going to do everything.
David says, why would anyone be against stopping crime and cleaning up cities? There's people that want to just keep stealing, keep looting, keep demolishing cities, and keep living the life of freedom of consequences. That's how it goes.
We can, and working with the ATF.
NQ just coming up, all-time highs at that green line.
We're going to all work together. That's what we all do in this room. We work together. We fight. Do not underestimate one person in this room. We're going to make DC beautiful. We're going to make DC safe again. One other thing, just at the wharf a few days ago, the area of the wharf, Terry Cole reached out to me, not even nightfall, on the weekend, where so many families in tourists go. A guy's overdosing from fentanyl on a park bench in the middle of families around. They administer Narcan and saved his life. No more of that.
See, I think the majority of Americans are in favor of the border shutdown. That shows by Trump being voted in, and he said that at every rally. But him designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, him shutting down the border, him really tariffing China due to fentanyl coming into the country, being strict on Canada. I mean, this is what we're talking about. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone in here has a family member who's been addicted to drugs. And if you don't, you're very fortunate, because that we are a riddled country. I mean, pretty much everyone I know has at least one family member who was addicted, who's OD'd, who's just constantly doing drugs, constantly just addicted, you know? So no matter what side of the aisle you're on, Democrat, Republican, libertarian, centrist, etc., no matter what side of the aisle you're on, we should all be for stopping drugs getting into our country. And you need a strong border to do that. You need strict regulations from neighboring countries allowing it coming in. And you just need better border patrol, better everything. So
The President of the United States.
do you agree, chat? Do you like it or do you not? I mean, we can keep allowing drugs to come in, and then we'll have more people ODing on a park bench. I mean,
is going to clean up
Come on,
DC,
chat.
and we're going to be there to help him, and we're going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk about Northern Virginia.
What's up,
Northern
Golden?
Virginia, we had a big success.
Thank you, Mr.
Fentanyl
President. Thank you,
comes
Mr.
from
Obama,
China,
for your leadership,
zombies,
Deputy Secretary
yeah.
General, and the rest of our interagency partners. Mr. President, the following is what happens when you let good cops be cops, and I just want to highlight that before I get into Northern Virginia.
Cash
This year
Patel.
alone, under President Trump's administration, we've had over 4,000 child victims identified and found. That's a 33% increase from the same time period last year. 33% increase. We've had a seizure of 1,500 kilograms of fentanyl up to this date. That is a 25% increase since the same time period last year. And just to put it in perspective, 1,500 kilograms of fentanyl is enough to kill 115 million Americans. 115 million Americans. Cops are getting after it. The FBI has arrested 19,000 people this year alone. Thanks to President Trump's administrations, that's double than where we were this time last year. And we have also arrested 1,600 people who have committed violent acts against children. 270 of them are human traffickers of children. Mr. President, this is what happens when you have great leadership at the Attorney General with Pam Bondi. Your administration's priority of protecting the homeland and protecting American citizens and protecting our children, and the murder rates are plummeting. We are now able to report that the murder rate is on track to be the lowest in U.S. history, in modern recorded U.S. history, thanks to this team behind me and President Trump's priorities. And how do we do it? And what are we going to bring to D.C.? What we did in Northern Virginia, thanks to Terry Cole and Governor Youngkin and the team, we stood up a task force out in my Northern Virginia field office, and we said, let's let good cops be cops, let's get them the intelligence and what they need, and let's get the red tape out of their way, and let's get DOJ partnered up with us to bring great prosecutions. And that's exactly what we did. In 1 month, we arrested 545 violent felons. 545 in the state of Virginia, thanks to Governor Youngkin's partnership. And that simplicity in law enforcement is what's coming to Washington, D.C. When you let good cops be cops, when you give them the intel they need.
We're about to wake up to the pre-market high. We're at the trend line again. 1, 2. This is the third tap. Okay. ES is above the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA. This is very low volatility. ATR is very low. The VIX is at 15.66. Trying to wait. Oh, we do not want that. I'll rejoin this if there's a trade.
When you work with our Homeland Security Task Force, when you work with Terry and Gaddy and I go way back to Miami, these guys are great leaders of their respective departments and law enforcement capacities. And when you have the DOJ and President
What's up, Ben?
Trump
What's up?
driving
What's up?
behind
What's
this
up?
mission, we are going to clean up Washington, D.C. And we're going to do it the right way, the lawful way, and we're going to make sure Washington, D.C. is safe again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you very much. Good job. Thank you, Casey. So the process begins right now. It actually started over the weekend, and we confronted a lot of very bad people. But it's going to be something that will be pretty amazing to you as you watch it. And I think most of you say it's a beautiful thing to do it right. We're going to be removing homeless encampments from all over our parks, our beautiful, beautiful parks, which now a lot of people can't walk on. They're very dirty, we got a lot of problems. But we've already started that. We're moving the encampments away, trying to take care of people. Some of those people, we don't know how they even got there. Some of those people are from different countries, different parts of the world. Nobody knows who they are. They have no.
That's all true. However, in the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s, a lot of stuff were being brought in via CIA, so need to get rid of that corruption. Yeah, that there is well documentation that the CIA was running with some groups of that in Colombia, Mexico.
No idea, but they're there, getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the city. There are many places that they can go, and we're going to help them as much as you can help, but they'll not be allowed to turn our capital into a wasteland for the world to see. The Metropolitan Police Department and the federal authorities will be supported in the effort, a really big effort, the 800 DC National Guardsmen that we'll put on, and much more if necessary, much more. You remember I said, I offered 10,000 once. Remember I said to a certain person who I thought always was highly overrated, not very competent, but I said, if you need them, we'll give you 10,000 of the military or the National Guard. They turned me down. But if necessary, we're going to move service members directly to joining the Guardsmen, and that'll take place very rapidly, and that'll be done in conjunction with Pam and with Pete and everybody else. Washington, D.C. should be one of the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful cities anywhere in the world, and we're going to make it that. We're going to make it safe. We're going to make it smart. We're going to make it beautiful, so beautiful. Some of the buildings, we're going to add to it. You see what we've done at the White House. White House is a whole different building. I do that in my part-time because it's a natural instinct as a real estate person. I was very good at that, and I was very good at fixing things up. I like fixing things up. You see what's happening. The marble floors are being reinstalled, renovated, fixed. The whole place is becoming very beautiful. We're going to be adding a magnificent ballroom, most beautiful ballroom, I think, anywhere. We need it. I would have certainly loved to have had it today. I think we would have filled it up. A lot of you are standing outside, can't get in this room. I've never seen the room like this, which tells me that you want to talk about, I mean, this was a D.C. news conference. It tells me that you want to talk about crime in D.C. and beautification of D.C., but I'm going to put that. That's easy. And I think, frankly, fixing the crime with the pros, fixing the crime is easy, too. A person who I've known for a long time, and she's been incredible. She was a fantastic, one of the best ever district attorneys in New York. She was in Westchester, and she became a judge, very successful judge. And then she went into showbiz because she was such a good DA and such a good judge, tough judge, but fair, always fair. Nobody ever complained about that, but she was tough. And because of that and her reputation, she went into showbiz. So a lot of people don't, they think of Janine as showbiz. Actually, showbiz was not her thing. It was, and she did great. She was on, along with a couple of other of my friends, on the #1 show. And she did great, but this is what she loves doing. This is really her baby. What she's going to do is going to be incredible. And I'd like to speak for just a few seconds on what she has in mind, what she wants to do. We're going to be appointing some judges. We have some open spots, and we're going to take people, because the judges are letting killers out. They just say, go, that's okay, don't worry about it. So we're putting some, Pam recommended, Todd recommended, some judges that are great. Janine recommended. Janine's given me 3 great candidates already. We have about 10 open spots, and we can probably create some more. We need them. Janine, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, and to all my partners here. We all want the same thing. We all want a safe city. We want a safe capital. We want to be able to bring our families here. We want to be able to come and enjoy the history that makes this place great. And unfortunately, we are not in that position right now. And Mr. President, I want to thank you for taking the step that we need right now to make criminals understand that they are not going to get away with it anymore. And I'm not going to stand here and go over and over the cases. But what I can tell you is this. I see too much violent crime being committed by young punks who think that they can get together in gangs and crews and beat the hell out of you or anyone else. They don't care where they are. They can be in DuPont Circle, but they know that we can't touch them. Why? Because the laws are weak. I can't touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you have a gun. I convict someone of shooting another person with an illegal gun on a public bus in the chest. Intent to kill? I convict him. And you know what the judge gives him? Probation. Says you should go to college. We need to go after the D.C. Council and their absurd laws. We need to get rid of this concept of, no cash bail. We need to recognize that the people who matter are the law-abiding citizens, and it starts today. But it's not going to end today, because the president is going to do everything we need to do to make sure that these emboldened criminals understand we see you, we're watching you, and we're going to change the law to catch you. And my final note is this. These kids understand that the jurisdiction is through the State Attorney General, Brian Schwab. I did a poster of the young man from Doge who was beaten bloody with a severe concussion, a broken nose. And then I did a poster of what happens to those kids, because I can't arrest them, I can't prosecute them. They go to family court, and they get to do yoga and arts and crafts.
I'm in with one short.
It changes today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Great job. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Fod.
I just signed some executive orders. I'd like to have Will please come up, and we'll let the people know what we signed. Do you want to put them down?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
A short while ago in the Oval Office, President Trump signed 2 crucial executive actions to deal with the emergency crime conditions we currently face in the District of Columbia. The first of these was an executive order, as President Trump said before, invoking his powers under Section 40 of the Home Rule Act to take federal control of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. Along with that executive order, President Trump signed the statutorily required notification letters to Mayor Bowser and to the relevant House and Senate committee leaders. The second major executive action that President Trump signed was a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Defense to utilize the National Guard to address the conditions we see on our streets here in D.C. It also authorized the Secretary of Defense to work with state governors to utilize their National Guard units if necessary as well. These are bold, decisive steps intended to combat the out-of-control.
Come back to those. We're 3 contracts short, down to 50. Stepping it up on the volatility spikes. This is broken out of a key trend line, so we are against it right now. Down 400. Down 7 points. Nice job. Adding 2 more, and with 5 contracts short, we will be stepping this up. Down 8 points. Adding 2 more. We're stepping up risk. Down 6 points. Volatility is spiking up. Looks like Gapper's prediction is about to come true. I don't think it was right on the timeline, but that 830 is looking pretty good. Down 1,000, subcontract short. Down 6 points, 5 points. Wicking down, wicking down. So far, 6-point pullback. This may want to just continue up. Leg up, consolidation, leg up, consolidation. Yeah, it has another leg. Down 11 points. We're stepping up risk. Okay. About a full port. Try to stay patient. Nvidia's coming up. Down 1,800, down 2,000. Down 11 points. Yes, trying to pull back. Starting to pull back. We need to deleverage some. We get above the average, below the average. RSI on the ES getting below that May, down 400. Wanted to add on the next sweep up, but it didn't go, which I'm all right with. Keep falling. Keep falling, please. Down 500, 7 contract short. ES is still falling. We want this to waterfall to that pre-market high, the previous pre-market high of 50. Could be all it has. Could keep propping. So far, 14-point pullback. Up 90, up 100. Taking 2 out. Taking 2 more. We're gonna ride 3. Just had to deleverage. We were already 7 contracts. This may want to go another leg up. Go to that pivot point. Just de-risking a little bit. Up 100, 140. Thales, what do you mean course? You mean the simulator I'm building? There are really no plans for a course. Only the simulator. Simulator, mentorship, And then we just released merch. Merch is now live. Merch? The J Pile. What's up, Miguel? There he is. Yo, Chris. Hope you started the weekend a good way. We're up 100 disregarding this trade. We're waterfalling a little bit. Look for a little more. Little more waterfall. We're up 200 in the account due to the averaging. Average pretty hard. We were in 7 contracts short. Give this some time. Low ATR, low volatility. Besides the spike up. Wick down, wick down. Up 500. Up 300 in the account. Taking one out. We're pretty deleveraged now. Pretty nice. Little more wick, little more wick, little more wick. Little more, little more, little more, little more. Merch looking good. Doubting on the bomber jacket. Yeah, if you guys look at the demo jackets, if you are interested in the merch, if you look at the sleeve, I was a little unsure of that sleeve. It's the logo up top of the website, the double, the NMO with a shadow below, and it creates this like illusion effect. It's double N, double no missed opportunities, but it kind of creates this illusion effect. I'm taking it there. We're up 380 in that account. It's looking like it's going to bounce. I'm not going to order that. Consulting Joe subbed. Doubting to get it. Right size, large. Go to the sizing guide. It really depends what you want it for, Miguel. Really depends. Because me personally, if you look at fashion, it really depends. How I'm gonna get it is a little undersized. So it'll come just above my waist and my shirt will go slightly below it, like 2 to 3 inches below it. And the bomber will come up 3 inches above that. It really depends how you wanna wear it. That's only for people who like wanna go out business casual. Plus I really liked how it looked. So I threw it on the website mainly for me, but I just like how they look. There is no size L. No. I could show you. Hold on. The bomber jackets are a little oversized to begin with. If you go to the sizing chart, it's not the general. It's bomber's jacket sizing. Let me see if I can pull it up. That could be a lower high. So side by side. I could be wrong. Let me see. Go to this sizing guide. Okay. So if you see here, the bomber jacket, length. So length. So the medium is at 28. I personally wear a XL, so I would personally be at a medium. Yeah, I would probably get the medium here. What's the sleeve? Yeah, I would. I'm personally 6'1", so I would personally get the size medium. but also you could watch videos. It really depends how you want the fit to be. Me personally, I want the 2 to 3 inches above my shirt. Some people want it exactly, if you want it exactly. But if you notice, these don't move too much. This is in inches, by the way. So sizing the J Powell shirt. Could be a large. But currently there's only extra large, small, medium, and then XL for the black. Sub, appreciate it, consulting, appreciate you. Might have to cop a no missed opportunities hoodie. Oh, it's coming soon, Elijah. It's coming soon. So far, only t-shirts. T-shirts and the bomber jacket, the denim jackets, the J Powell good afternoon t-shirt. But the hoodies are coming soon. I'm gonna release one more design and then the hoodies. And after I do that, then all attention is gonna be reverted back to the simulator. Appreciate it, Miguel. Miguel, I told you were gonna like the design. What do you think about the good afternoon J Powell? What do you think? I told you. I knew I had a feeling. The J Powell. The good afternoon is perfect, yeah. I don't know. I wonder if we should leave it on the site. We should leave it on the merch site when he's eventually out of office in like what, 6 to 9 months. Probably just leave it. Let it be an old collector. All right, let's get into some more news. Let's finish this video out.
Conditions we've seen on DC streets.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if I have to say this or not, but I should have made this clear. All the profits from that merch for now, maybe not in the future, but for now, will be reinvested back into the stream. Better quality, better cameras. Don't need a better mic for now, but eventually a better mic. I want one of them boom ones just to get it out of my purview, get more hand motion, and just a better setup. I need a better. The computer's fine for now, but really would like one that could run like 3 instances of OBS, one just for Twitch and have Twitch's overlays, one for YouTube overlays, but that's besides the point. All the profits from the merch for now, maybe not in the future, but for now, will be reinvested back into the stream. For now, it will just expedite
far
everything.
Too long, and I, for one, am deeply proud to be part of an administration that's finally coming to terms with these issues, sir.
Thank you very much. Sir, thank you. So, just to conclude, Washington, D.C. should...
Miguel says, I think for us degenerates, it would still be good to have. Yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait till mine gets here.
Be one of the safest, cleanest, most beautiful places anywhere in the world. It was years ago.
I'm going to be repping that thing like every single day.
Problem that was a pretty big problem. The
J
radical
Powell
left got out of control and they started trying to rip down statues. And I said, let's go pass a law real fast. We're going to do it real fast, but we were blocked by the Democrats who do not want safety. Nobody gets it. I don't get it. They don't get it because they can't get votes. I don't know how they can win an election with this, but they don't want safety. And I found an old statute, very old, early 1900s, that said if you so much as touch or even think about destroying a statue or a monument in Washington, D.C., you go to jail for 10 years.
You guys are just tuning in and don't know what we're watching. This is Trump announcing steps to tackle homelessness and crime in D.C. He's cleaning up the streets of D.C., which I am personally in favor of.
Years with no probation, no anything. In other words, slightly different than we have today. Today we have cashless bail. Today you get jailed 10 years. No curtailed sentence, 10 years. And we took it out. Nobody used it. It was never used because, you know, it's harsh. And you remember they started to rip down the statue of Abraham Lincoln. I said, that's a tough one to rip down. He was pretty good, Pam. I think he was pretty good. When the rope started going around Abraham Lincoln to pull him down, Andrew Jackson, others, and they were heading to the Jefferson Memorial, Thomas Jefferson. They're going to do a big number there. I said, it's time. And I signed that statute immediately. We had it updated. We made it use the same language, all passed by Congress. And I announced it's 10 years in jail, no probation, no anything, 10 years, no curtail sentence if you touch, so much as touch a statue in Washington, D.C. And it was an amazing sight, beautiful sight. Everybody just left. The ropes were hanging around Andrew Jackson, and there were 2 ropes around Abraham Lincoln. They left the rope, but everybody just left. And that was the last problem we ever had. You know, that was the last problem that we ever had with the statues. They were going wild. And we, somebody came to me and said, sir, in 1910, I don't want to give you an exact, because
Can we all admit, chat, can we all admit the just years that were happening prior where the statues were being just degraded and taken down by these rogue mobs, like just vandalized with spray paint? I mean, they were insane times. Insane. Reading headlines after headline. This statue got attacked. This statue got attacked. All with valid history behind the statues. Now, some statues where they warranted, I mean, some could have been taken down, but it's all the history that our country was founded on, you know, all the chaos that, all the bad times, all the times that were uncertain, all the times where we did wrong, all amalgamated to where we are now. So to get rid of that history is just crazy. Now, some of them like may not have been valid just for ego purposes. We could have taken them down, but to vandalize and get rid of that many monuments, I don't even know how many, let's grok it. How many statues, I think that's statues were vandalized and taken down between 2019 and 2024. This is going to take a minute. I'll do a quick answer. Let's see. How many statues were vandalized and taken down between 2019 and 2024? Exact numbers for statues vandalized and removed globally in a specific region. United States, after George Floyd, over 160 Confederate symbols were removed in 2020 alone, with Virginia accounting for 71 of them. A report cites 261 incidents of monuments being toppled, vandalized, or removed from spring 2020 to spring 2022, with 140 being Confederate monuments, 55% total. So 261 monuments being toppled, vandalized, or removed. And then another source lists 104 statues and monuments vandalized or removed since May 30, 2020. By October, over 100. That is insane. 261. Between 104 and 261. That is obscene. Obscene, chat.
Donald Trump.
Insane.
It's around like early on. You know, if I'm slightly off, they make you sound a little bad. So I won't put myself in that position. I won't put you in that position, because I think everybody agrees with what we're doing today. But when I signed that thing, it was like a miracle. Everybody left. They were gone. They were starting to march down. They started the march toward Thomas Jefferson, and I figured he was always going to be safe. But they found something with him, and they found something with Abraham Lincoln. And even in the name George Washington in California, numerous places changed the name of George Washington High School and various other places. They took George Washington's name. This was a sick, woke culture that I think we've largely ended. And a lot of those people that were woke are now turning out to be the opposite. I won't go so far as to say MAGA. It's a very special category. But they've gotten out of that. But we have people that love this country, and they love this really beautiful capital. It is. I flew over it the other day, and I said, what a beautiful place. But if there's crime all over the streets, when you get there, it doesn't look so beautiful. But we're going to make it beautiful again. We're going to fix it with crime, and we're going to also, as we're doing that, we're going to start doing things that we know how to do, that I know how to do better than anybody, I guess, because of my experience from previous life. But not only are we stopping the crime, we're going to clean up the trash and the graffiti and the grime and the dirt and the broken marble panels and all of the things they've done to hurt this city. And we're going to restore the city back to the gleaming capital that everybody wants it to be. It's going to be something very special. All of these people are really tough. Could I shake your hand, Gaddy, please? You're going to be so important, dear. You're going to be that guy. I hope I don't have to fire him in 2 weeks because he's too soft. I don't think he's too soft. If I do, I will, though. Is it okay if you're soft, weak, and pathetic, like so many people? I will fire you so fast.
Saying that right to his face is crazy. Oh my God. He has the whole room laughing too. He has me smiling. That man.
About that. No, I think you're going to do a fantastic job. And everybody in this room, they may not express it, but they all want that to happen. You know, they want to be safe, and they have families too. So it's an honor to have such a large group. I've done this for years now. Hard to believe. I've never seen this room so packed. In fact, I'm sure it's a violation of every fire code. But we'll let you stay anyway. You're taking a chance. And with that, we'll say maybe if you could. Oh, wow. We could be here all day long.
Questions. Here we go.
If we could keep the first questions, perhaps, to this subject, and then we'll go on to a few others. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Can you talk about how personal of an issue this is? So we talked about flying over the Washington Monument and seeing the pride of what D.C. is. And do you believe the status of the city, the cleanliness, the way the crime is low, is a direct reflection on how the country is run?
Yeah, I do.
You guys also have to remember, world leaders travel to Washington, D.C. and the White House, sign important documents, get peace treaties for wars, etc., truces. I mean, minerals deals, trade deals. I mean, everything happens at Washington, D.C. in the White House. So for the whole city to just be filled with chaos, just homelessness, graffiti everywhere, just when world leaders are traveling in cars, looking around, I mean, they need to be in awe. This is the United States. It'll get us a return on investment in the deal aspect if their mentality is shaped correctly. So you guys got to think of it that way. It's kind of a investment into the country, into potential world deals, trade deals, solving peace, wars, future, just everything.
I think the Capitol, look, everyone comes here. They're all coming. All the leaders, they're all wanting to come. And I say it, I've said it again, but I'm really just quoting other leaders from NATO, from the Middle East, King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. I was over there. We brought back $5.1 trillion of investment into our country. But I was, a month and a half ago, I was at NATO. We had a great, I think they agreed to put up 5% instead of 2%. 2% they didn't pay, 5% is already paid. We had a great meeting, and they all said the same thing. They said our country was...
That FOD, every, after 6 p.m., 5 p.m., it'll update in the account of TPT. If you go back into your account after 5 to 6 p.m., you can't trade between 5 and 6. That's the market hour that it's down. But after that, if you log back in, you should see your account P&L. If not, it takes a day to update.
It was dead. They thought our country was gone. 1 year ago,
no problem, Def. I appreciate it,
man.
man.
Dead. And now you have the hottest country.
Starts in DC. I think it will spread around further in the U.S. Well, you know all the red states. Let's look at red state map. Red states, blue states. We need a map. So Washington, D.C., West Virginia will definitely follow. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida is already doing well. Texas will definitely follow. Texas has a big homeless problem. I don't know if you guys know about it. Dallas, Austin. I don't know. I would assume Houston as well. But Texas has a big homeless problem as well. Ohio definitely follow suit. Kansas, all these. Arizona is, you would assume. And then also you guys got to remember, you guys really got to remember that California, the CEA all the way to the left, California, is going to be cleaned up by Trump. Trump's bringing in the National Guard for the 2028 Olympics coming up. So it's all promising. Promising. Problem.
We're the hottest country in the world right now. The tariffs have helped. It's given us not only the money, it's billions, trillions of dollars of money, but it gives us great power over enemies. We solved 5 wars with Pakistan and India. We just solved one. Azerbaijan and, as you know, in Armenia. That war was raging for 37 years. And the 2 leaders got up and they said, we never thought this would be solved. Russia tried to solve it. They all tried to solve it. It was a very tough situation, but we got it done. And I said to the 2 men, I said, are you guys friends? And they had a hard time. You know, they've been killing each other for 37 years, right? One was there 5 years, one was there for 22 years. He said, my whole life I've been fighting this war, and you got it solved. But we did many of those. We did in the Congo and Rwanda. That's been going on for 30 years. 8 to 9 million people killed that they know of, but it was raging, and we got that solved. We got a lot of them done. It's a great honor. But you want to have, when they come, the leaders come to our country to sign documents that the war is over or whatever, or for other reasons. They come for trade. And you want them to come through so beautifully. You ride down those roads, everything should be perfect. You shouldn't have medians falling down into the roadway. Median, you know, the metal things that are always, somebody had a great lobbyist, because I've never seen them look good. I've been looking at those things with the little, right? They're always broken, bad, but here they're really bad. And we're going to either put new or fix it. And it's not expensive. It's not really expensive. And we're going to fix our roads a little bit. We're going to clean up our sidewalks. You have countries where every Saturday, the people go out and they wash their sidewalks in front of their stores or their houses. They scrub their sidewalks. So we aren't quite at that level yet, I don't think. Gaddy.
How was my trading for the day? We're up like 500. We're down 400 in one account, but we're up 510 in one and 380. So what, 110, 490? Up 490. It's not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
We're not quite there yet, but maybe we will. They go out and they scrub. I think it's so beautiful to hear that and to see those stories. But we're going to make it clean. But just to finish with your question, it's a very, very strong reflection of our country. And when they see a bad city, you know, my father always used to tell me, I had a wonderful father, very smart, and he used to say, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty front door, don't go in, because if the front door is dirty, the kitchen's dirty also.
Yeah, if you guys are trading during this low volatility market, low news on the docket, like today, we only had Trump press conference, US 6-month bill, 3-month bill, and then that's pretty much it. After the weekend, after the Friday that the Trump sanction deadline was put on, Trump was debating on putting sanctions on Russia or not, but Trump and Putin are doing a Alaska meeting, an actual first in-person meeting between Putin and Trump that we are aware of since he's became president for the second time. So that's very important to the peace discussion. But low volatility times like this, you just need to slow down, deleverage a little bit. To be honest, I over leveraged a little bit, but I ended up in 380 profit. I've over leveraged quite a bit today, a little bit. And then the first trade was just terrible execution. Low choppy days. I shouldn't be trading with a stop at all.
Thing with the capital. If our capital is dirty, our whole country is dirty.
Appreciate it, Defod.
So it's a very good question.
Sorry. Question for you on the specific issue. Do you expect more cities to follow DC's path if this goes through? So the idea is that Chicago, LA, San Francisco, would they expect similar action to what we've seen in DC? And the other question, sir, there's reporting that the administration is going to reclassify marijuana. Would that send mixed messages that if marijuana is okay, some drugs are okay, or we're trying to clean up crime? How do they go hand in hand?
We're only looking at that. That's early, but you know, somebody reported it, which is fine. We're looking at it. Some people like it, some people hate it. Some people hate the whole concept of marijuana because if it does bad for the children, it does bad for people that are older than children. But we're looking at reclassification, and we'll make a determination over the next, I would say, over the next few weeks. And that determination hopefully will be the right one. It's a very complicated subject, you know, the subject of marijuana. I've heard great things having to do with medical, and I've had bad things having to do with just about everything else. But medical and, you know, for pain and various things, I've heard some pretty good things, but for other things, I've heard some pretty bad things. The other part of your question, I mean, we're just going to see what happens with it all. You're going to have, we're going to have a tremendous success in what we're doing. Other cities are hopefully watching this. They're all watching, just like everyone's watching here. They're all watching, and maybe they'll clean up, and maybe they'll do this and get rid of the cashless bail thing and all of the things that caused the problem. I mean, if you go back, this whole thing with cashless bail is a disaster. So many problems came that we never had before. So they're watching us today, and if they don't learn their lesson, if they haven't studied us properly, because we're going to be very successful. I have zero doubt about that. It's going to be. It's a question of will it be really fast, like the border. You know, everyone said, they used to say, Biden used to say, I need legislation. I didn't get any legislation. I called up our people, and we did a great job. Tom Homan was great. As you know, our secretary did a great job. They did a great job. There's no games. They didn't play games. And we're going to have the same thing here. But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor. And now I understand he wants to.
There's a pretty strong pivot point. It's kind of at 23,763, somewhere in that range, but it really could prop all the way down to 23,746. It really could. wherever the
to be president, but I noticed he lost a little weight, so maybe he has a chance. You know, you never know what happens. But Pritzker's a gross incompetent guy, thrown out of the family business. But when I look at
we're just waiting. If I see an opportunity, I'll take it, and we'll swap back. Until then, we're just catch up on news. We have a couple videos after this as well.
And I look at LA. If we didn't go to LA 3 months ago, LA would be burning like the part that didn't burn. If he would have allowed the water to come down, which I told him about in my first term, I said, you're going to have problems, let it come down. We actually sent in our military to have the water come down into LA. They still didn't want it to come down after the fires. But that was it, we have it coming down. But hopefully LA is watching. That mayor also, the city's burning. They lost like 25,000 homes. I went there the day after the fire. You were there. And I saw people standing in front of a burned down home. Their homes were incinerated. They weren't like, even the steel was literally, it was all warped and literally disintegrated because of the winds and the flame and the whole thing, like a blowtorch. They were standing on this beautiful day, maybe a couple of days after. We gave it a little time because what they had suffered. Almost 25,000 homes. And you see what's happening now. They didn't
Elijah, are you still holding? You still holding that long? You still swing trading that long, man?
Their permits. I went to a town hall meeting. I said, we're going to get you the federal permits, which are much harder. Almost immediately. Lee Zeldin is a star. He did an incredible job. They have all their federal permits. They don't have their city permits. And the mayor said to me, we think we could have them in 2 years. I was walking down the street, and I met with firemen and police. And I was saying hello to many people that were standing in front
Miguel's
of the
holding shorts.
Yellow tape. You can't go in. You can't go onto the lot. And those people wanted to start rebuilding the homes then and there. And the mayor said, we should be able to get them the permits within 2 years. I said, that's a shame. 2 years? Are you kidding? I'm going to get them the federal permit like almost immediately.
Good job, Elijah.
And she roared back, well, maybe 1 year. The place was booing her out of the place. They don't have their permits to build their homes. And now they're talking about putting, this is among the most beautiful areas was in the country. Now they're talking about putting low-income housing there. Can you believe this? I love low-income housing. I made money with low-income housing. I built low-income housing. I know more about low-income housing and luxury housing. I know about everything real estate. They want to replace some of those homes with low-income housing. They haven't gotten their permits yet.
Flushing down
We've got
hard.
all the federal permits, which are much tougher to get. And it was done almost immediately through Lee Zeldin and Federal Environmental. And I watched the other day, those people are angry. And now, you know, they had tremendous, they love that area. They loved the whole big area, different places. But they loved it. It was all luxury stuff and beautiful stuff. And some wasn't that luxury, but the level of love for that neighborhood, their neighborhoods, was incredible. And you know what? I watch people on television. They want to go. They want to leave. They've lost their spirit. They've lost their heart. Because the mayor's incompetent. And Gavin Newsom is incompetent. He's got a good line of bullshit, but that's about it. He's incompetent. And you have Los Angeles is, you know, it's amazing. You know, I called, the first thing I did, I got the Olympics to go there. I was the one that got it. And by a rare thing that happened, I'll be the president. I was very upset because I got the Olympics there, and I said, I won't be president when it comes. But bad things happened, and illegal things happened, really illegal things happened. Now it turns out, one good thing was I'm going to be the president for the Olympics for 2050, for 250, which is going to be fantastic, and also for the World Cup. So we have a lot of good things. And I hope 250 is going to be, the 250th anniversary is going to be the best. But when I looked at those people, and I saw it last night on television, that they still don't have their permits, it's a disgrace what's happened in Los Angeles.
Thank you. The China tariff deadline is tonight, but do you plan to extend that?
We'll see what happens. China's been, we've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard. They have tremendous tariffs that they're paying to the United States of America.
This is very important.
And we'll see what happens. They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself.
President, you mentioned your upcoming meeting with President Putin. Can
Yeah.
you tell us what you hope to get out of that and whether you consider inviting President Zelensky to join?
So you have to understand, this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. It would have never happened. It was the apple of his eye. I got along very well with President Putin. But if you look, under President Bush, they took a lot of territory. Under President Obama, they took a lot of territory. Under Biden, they essentially took the whole thing. You know, it's just a question of time. Under Trump, you know what they took? Nothing, nothing. I was the one that said, you can't build your pipeline. That was half built. I came in, I stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody knows that, you know. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You might have not even heard it. Biggest pipeline in the world. I stopped it. I was not a friend of Russia, but I got along well with Putin. It's always good to get along with other countries if possible, but that doesn't mean you roll over like Biden did. Biden came in and he immediately approved the pipeline. I couldn't believe it. Then they say Trump wasn't tough on Russia. I wasn't tough. I was the toughest. Putin said, if you're not tough, I would hate like hell to see you. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job that Russia had ever built. I stopped it. It was dead. And this low IQ president came in and he let them build the pipeline and supply oil and gas all over Europe, you know. So this is really a feel-out meeting a little bit. And President Putin invited me to get involved. He wants to get involved. I believe he wants to get it over with. Now, I've said that a few times. Then I've been disappointed because I'd have like a great call with him and then missiles would be lobbed into Kiev or some other place and you'd have 60 people laying on a road dying. I said, that's cold, that's cold. But it's a violent war. 5,000 to 7,000 people a week are dying. And you know, there's nobody from here. They're all Russian and Ukrainian people and some people from the cities, a much smaller number, but still those missiles do damage and they kill a lot of people, but mostly soldiers. And they're young soldiers, although in the case of Ukraine, they're getting much older. They're drafting 60-year-olds now. it's a terrible thing to witness. And I think I have an obligation. Look, this is Joe Biden's war. This is not my war. I made a deal with NATO a month ago. You covered it very accurately, actually. We don't pay anything anymore. We're not paying anything. They are buying things from us, and NATO is paying us. I got it raised from 2% of GDP to 5%. And they're paying us for everything that we send. We're not paying. But Biden approved $350 billion. Europe has spent $100 billion. The money that's been spent and the death is incredible. It's the worst thing that's happened, by far the worst that's happened since World War II.
Appreciate the follow,
so I'm
Mike.
going
Appreciate
in
you.
to speak to Vladimir Putin. And I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war. You got to end it. And he wasn't going to mess with me. This war would have never happened. You know, we had a discussion about it one time, and we never had that discussion again. Would have never happened. And when the election was rigged, and then Biden took office, which was barely took office, the auto pen took office, bad things started happening. Bad things, stupid things were said. And it ended up in a war. And you know, and I don't believe this will happen anymore because I have that pretty well covered. This could end up in a third world war. This could have been a third world war.
What are you talking about, Mike?
But I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third-party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, you know, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, you know, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened, wouldn't have happened. But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need. But I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But it's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven. And there'll be some swapping. There'll be some changes in land. And the word that they will use is, you know, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean, you know, in real estate we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property. If you're in a lake, a river, or an ocean, it's always the best property. Well, Ukraine, a lot of people don't know that Ukraine was largely 1,000 miles of ocean. That's gone. Other than one small area, Odessa, a small.
Mike said the Ukraine soldier being drafted were reportedly as young as 12 years old to as old as 90 years old. Yeah, the last time we talked about this, we went through the World War I, World War II, how young the people were being drafted, and that coincides with about the youngest, 12 years old, 16, a bunch of 15-year-olds. It's just a willingness to fight and die for your country as a young, I guess in this case, men. They're going to war. Even though they're boys, they become men very quick.
Area, there's just a little bit of water left.
5 to 7K dead a week is insane. Hopefully we get this end up.
So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now I may leave and say good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him.
Good job, Miguel.
The parameters are. I'm then going to call up President Zelensky and the European leaders right after the meeting, yeah. And I'm going to tell them what kind of a deal. I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. I think a deal should be made for both. I think Russia has to get back into building their country. It's a massive country. I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. It's a massive, it's by far, from the standpoint of land, it's by far the largest. They have tremendous potential in Russia to do well. They're not doing well. Their economy is not doing well right now because it's been very well disturbed by this. It doesn't help when the President of the United States tells their largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on you if you buy oil from Russia. That was a big blow. And then they say, gee, he wasn't so tough. Nobody else would have done that. And I haven't stopped there. I mean, look, I was all set to do things far bigger than that, but I got a call that they'd like to meet, and I'm going to see what they want to meet about. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I'd like to see the best deal that could be made for both parties. You know, it takes two to tango, right? So ultimately, I'll have a meeting next week. I had a great relationship with him, considering the fact that, you know, I was not nice to him because of the pipeline. I ended the pipeline. I also gave the javelins. Do you ever hear of a javelin? Javelin is called a tank buster. They say that Obama gave them sheets and I gave them javelins. If it weren't for me, all those tanks that were destroyed at the first days of the war because the tanks got stuck in the mud, some commander made a better. You know, they would have been in Kiev in 4 hours, going down the highway. But a Russian general made a brilliant decision to go through the farmland instead. and they just had torrential rains, and the rains were so bad, and it was mud, and those tanks got stuck in the mud. I don't know who that general is, but knowing Vladimir, he's probably not around any longer because all those tanks were stuck in the mud, and they went along with the javelins. I gave them the javelins. You know that, right? I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders, and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, and then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say we can make a deal. I will tell you this, I've seen a poll coming out of Ukraine. 88% of the people would like to see a deal made. And if you go back 3 years, everybody was gung-ho for war. You know, everybody's gung-ho for war until you have it. It's an amazing thing. I had it with a couple of countries where I couldn't get a deal done with one particular country. And I just couldn't. The guy's great, he's a friend of mine, great, good leader, tough as hell. I couldn't get the deal done. And then he went into war for a short period of time. You know where I'm talking about, first term. And it was nasty, guys being killed all over the place. And he went through 1 week of war, and I was able to get the deal done. He said, this is nasty. Yes, please.
Yeah, just to follow up on what you were saying. First of all, Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited on Friday?
He wasn't a part of it. I would say he could go, but he's gone to a lot of meetings. You know, he's been there for 3.5 years, nothing happened.
Now, what is the
I mean,
definition?
do you want somebody that's been doing this for 3.5 years? What's the definition of a good deal? I'll tell you after I hear what the deal is.
Mike, you're talking about end times, my friend. You're talking about you think he's a Trojan horse? Yeah, there's a bunch of conspiracy theories. I mean, tack it onto the list. Tack it onto the list.
Because there could be many
Could be an alien as well. Elon Musk, simulation, alien. Is he from Mars? He's trying to get back to his home planet. Could be true.
Definitions. You know, you're talking about a very large and complex situation. I tell you, the war that I just settled with Azerbaijan and with, as you know, in Armenia was almost as complex as this one, having to do with routes, trade.
Perhaps,
well, we're going to have a meeting
perhaps.
with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made. Because that's what I do. I make deals. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask you 2 questions, one about China, one about Russia, if I could. On China, your administration agreed to send the most advanced advanced NVIDIA and AMD chips.
No, obsolete. No.
Obsolete chip. Well, and then 15% of the
I mean,
profits.
the 20s. No. This is an old chip that China already
I'm not
has.
live.
And I do.
I'm not live every single day, D. Just every market day at 9:30. We're trading the market till volatility. Volatility really isn't that great right now. There's potential opportunities. I'm not trying to only secure 10 points though, even though that is base point hits. But I appreciate it, D. Appreciate you.
Deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. Now Jensen also has, Jensen's a very brilliant guy, and Jensen also has a new chip, the Blackwell. Do you know what the Blackwell is? The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things. But it still has a market. So I said, listen, I want 20% if I'm going to prove this for you, for the country, for our country, for the U.S. I don't want it myself. You know, every time I say like 747, I want, yeah, for the Air Force. So I just wanted. So when I say I want 20, I want for the country. I only care about the country. I don't care about myself. And he said, would you make it 15? So we negotiated a little deal. So he's selling a essentially old chip that Huawei has a similar chip, a chip that does the same thing. And I said, good, if I'm going to give it to you, because they have a...
Stefad says, any tips in trading funded accounts, Chris? I'm up to 500 now with 2 more TBT compounds in the works. Well, Stefad, you're already well versed. If it was your first funded account, I would say take it slow, because a lot of people get greedy as soon as they get closer to taking a payout. They get greedy. They start ramping up risk, doing stupid things, trading places they wouldn't normally trade, around levels they wouldn't have normally trade around. But you already have 5 funded accounts, 2 more TBT combines in the works. I mean, you kind of already know the game. You scale back a little risk. Maybe if you're trading minis, you trade in micros, just deleverage, de-risk, and just get alchemated to the funded accounts. Also, you got to realize the drawdown is different. It's no longer end of day drawdown. It is intraday. So if you're down 200, you're down 200 in drawdown as well. So if you're starting with 45, now you're at 43, and you just need to maintain that in the trade. So it's a little, you really have to get used to it. I trade the execution regardless. And sometimes it bites me, sometimes it doesn't. And you just gotta really know your risk well. But you already have 500 accounts. I mean, you already know. And do what's best for you also. do what's best for you, your situation, your circumstances. And you pretty much, Dafod, you've been in here long enough. You pretty much know almost all the secrets, my friend. Almost all the knowledge I have. Besides some key things, some things that haven't been pried out yet, but I'm sure they will be. Gotcha. Intraday, does it count at the end of the trade close, or even when the trade is open, Dafod? I mean, you would already, if you have 500 accounts, you should already know that. For example, if I close the trade for 500, but the peak was 1,000, is the intraday based on the 500? They're 1,000. It's based on the 1,000. So if you had 4,500, if you were up 1,000 and then it came down, you would now only have 4,000 in drawdown. Mike, I'm not trying to get too political. We're just watching the news to keep up with it. Dafod, I'm not sure any other prop firms. I really haven't studied. I've studied a couple, but my funded accounts, Top Step, I haven't studied. It should work the same though. I mean, intraday drawdown is intraday drawdown, regardless of the prop firm. So it should work the same. You should have should be pretty similar. End of day drawdown, intraday. It's all the same.
You know, they have
should
a stopper,
be.
what we call a stopper. Not allowed to do it. It's really known as a restrictive covenant. And I said, if I'm going to do that, I want you to pay us as a country something, because I'm giving you a release. I released them only from the H20. Now, on the Blackwell, I think he's coming to see me again about that. But that will be a unenhanced version of the big one. Like, I don't know if you know it, we will sometimes sell fight.
Top Step is end of day, even when funded. You sure about that? What about the live account? What's their consistency rule though? Do they have an insane 20% consistency rule or something? There has to be something to balance that out.
Fighter jets to a country, and we'll give them 20% less than we have. You know what I mean, right? That's just it.
You know what? I've been I'm almost fully leveraged out on TBT. I've been looking for a different prop firm. I've been thinking of Funded Ticks. I've been thinking of Tradeify. Thinking of BITUNIX as well. 3 days, 50%. The main thing is Top Step is end of day. I'm gonna research Top Step. Maybe add a couple accounts.
Do you see a time, Mr. President, when there could be normal trade between the U.S. and Russia?
You can only withdraw 50% of profits.
Russia has a very valuable piece of land.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? So if you make 2,500, you can only withdraw 1,250. So if you make, say you make 10,000, you can only withdraw 5, and then you make another 10, you can only withdraw 5, even though you're up an extra 10. Shameless plug, Dafod. Shameless plug. I don't even have affiliate codes, Dafod. You shilling man. I respect the grind though.
Vladimir Putin would go toward business instead of toward war. You know, it's a warring nation. That's what they do. They fight a lot of wars. A friend of mine said Russia's tough because they just keep on fighting. They beat Hitler, so did we, and they beat Napoleon. You know, they've been doing this for a long time. I asked a question to a very, very smart man that some people like and some people don't like. Viktor Orban, right, from Hungary, the head of Hungary, and he's in that same area.
Appreciate
and
that,
knows the two
Fod.
countries very well. I said this was before Biden didn't do anything to get us out of it. He could have gotten us out of that. It would have never happened. I said, so can Russia be beaten by Ukraine? He looked at me like, what a stupid question. He said, Russia's a massive country, and they win their country.
The whipping post said, I'd hang fire with Top Step. It's migrating to a new dashboard and is having issues, quite a few in its Discord, complaining about long customer service times and other issues. Okay. So what prop firm do you guys recommend? I'm using TPT. I'm almost fully maxed out. So what I'm gonna need a couple soon. I've been looking at Top Step, My Funding Ticks, Tradeify, no Apex. I'm not doing Apex. And as you guys see, I could get affiliate codes, but I'm choosing not to. I'm missing out on a lot of money with that, but maybe in the future, but not right now. For now, we'll just do our own stuff. Merch, the simulator that's coming out, actually offer value. I know you guys are actually, it wouldn't be a negative because you guys are buying the accounts anyway and you want to support. So I could get it.
And they win their life through wars. They fight wars. That's what they do.
What prop firm accounts?
China beat you with
companies?
Trade. Russia beat you with war. That was a very interesting statement. China's not beating us with trade. Not when I'm in charge. But they were beating Biden with trade, but they never beat us with trade. Don't forget, China had to pay $400 billion worth of tariffs when I was last time. That was last time. And if we didn't have COVID, all of this stuff we would be loaded. We're finding hundreds of billions of dollars of cash is pouring into our country now because of tariffs. And all we're doing is we're doing.
Norman doesn't care for Top Step.
It's so beautiful to see it. They found last month, as you saw, $25 billion of excess cash flow. They say, where did it come from? I said, I'll tell you where it came from. It came from a place called tariffs, and we're doing very well. We're really doing well. But I expect to have a meeting with Putin that I think it'll be good, but it might be bad. And I'm here for one reason, to get rid of a war that somebody else started. Should have never happened. And if I could end it, great. Complex war, a lot of bad blood, But Zelensky's been there for 3.5 years. So if you put him in a room, now I will say this, ultimately I'm going to put the two of them in a room. I'll be there or I won't be there. And I think it'll get solved. Yeah, please be.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me, I'm going to suggest, because do you have any other questions on DC? Because I don't want them to be. Wait. These are incredible people. I don't want them to be standing up here on subjects. Does anybody have a question of them? And then you guys can leave. Okay.
Yeah, but cheaper is not always better, Defod. That is a mischaracterization. Like if let's say for instance the silverware in your home, you buy a cheap set. And then you got to get rid of it in 3 years. Instead, you should have paid like a couple $100 extra, got a good set, and they will last you 10+ years. So cheaper is not always better, guys, especially in the prop firm world. The rules you have to deal with, you really have to gauge.
A question, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right.
And by the way, this is only on DC, and then they're going to leave because it's unfair to have them stand up here all day long. Brian.
I've got two questions for you. First,
Defod, did you buy TPT when you don't have to pay for activation? They had a code that was 30% off or 25 or 40. I forget which one. I paid $252 for my 150K accounts and no activation when funded.
First about
you gotta know when to time it.
This is personal for me as well. Last year, I was robbed on the streets by one of these teenage thugs. Had a gun, got away with it. Let's talk about the.
Yeah, so they're pretty much comparable. You pay $150 for activation with Top Step, but only $50 to $150. It's pretty comparable. Nice, good job.
That between law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges, because it's a recycling belt. Like these kids go, they don't fear the police. They know. If you talk about how we've got to get these judges and put these kids behind bars, right. Adult crimes deserve adult penalties. And my second question, I'll after you answer that, please.
You want me to answer it?
Whoever wants to.
Okay. It's real. Do you want me to answer it? Here's the problem. Assuming that they're 17 years, older than 17 years old, I can get the case. If they're under 18 years of age, I can only get the case if it's murder, rob one, rape, even if they shoot a gun but don't kill you, I can't get it. So
everything else are comparable. Yes, I did 40%, but after you get the first withdrawal, what do you mean? If there's no promo going on, you can combines for 150 and then spread 150 one-time activation. I see. Okay, I get where you're going. I get it, Defod. To be fair, I haven't been blowing too many accounts recently. The past 2 weeks, I think I've blown 3. Just trying to get, yeah. Boom. Yeah, I see what you mean. The top step combine, you pay 150, you can bomb it. Versus if you do the same on TPT, you're paying the full amount, 252. I get it. But if I need more funded, then the rate we blow accounts is gonna come up. Especially if I introduce another prop firm, we'll be looking to get the max funded accounts. Some only 1, some 2, some have the 5 limit like TPT, and then some Apex. I'm not going to trade Apex, but I think Apex has 10, 20. They have 20 limit.
So the law has to be changed. As the president said, Texas that has to be changed.
Not on Apex.
All right,
I'm not
then, even
Apex.
assuming I get the case, I get jurisdiction, I get a conviction, the D.C. Council has given the judges the ability to give probation on shootings. And so then it's up to them. All of these things, the Youth Rehabilitation Incarceration Reduction Act, and now they want to seal records. So if we work hard, we get a conviction, they want to wipe it out. So that needs all to be changed.
Okay, Mr. Question. Pam, would you answer that?
Yeah, and just back to that topic. Let's be clear, though. We're going to charge them, and we're going to track every single thing they do throughout every step of the court process and report back to you and let all of you know what's happening to them. Because the people who are prosecuting them, the judges who are trying them, they also need to be held accountable.
Mr. President, this is the most people we've ever seen in this briefing.
I've never seen
ever, right?
I've never seen any. Where's Caroline? Where's my superstar? Caroline. Is Caroline in the back? Where's Caroline? Come here, Caroline. Come here, Caroline. Come here. Is she doing a good job, by the way? Come here. Is this the largest crowd that you've ever seen?
This is definitely the most packed briefing, and I think all of you would agree. I think it's why we need to build a ballroom.
Mr. President, I have a better idea.
All right, Brian, go ahead.
The question is this. You're building the big, beautiful ballroom. Yeah. Could we build a big, beautiful briefing room, updated technology, more seats?
I don't want to do that. I don't want you to be comfortable. So no, I don't want to make life comfortable. So look. Let's just do this. Let's do this. It's going to be a big thing. We're going to Russia. That's going to be a big deal. What happens, happens. I'll let you know what happens. You'll be the first to know. I'll be calling the European leaders. I'm going with totally. I mean, we have a lot of talks. They're great people. They're great leaders, actually, and they want to get back. Honestly, as one of them said, I've OD'd on trying to settle Ukraine. They've OD'd, meaning they've overdosed on the settlement of Ukraine. Not a nice expression, but boy, is it accurate. They're tired of it. They want to get back to spending money on their countries. You know, Biden gave them $350 billion. Europe gave $100 billion. It should be much more than that. It shouldn't have been that kind of, they should have had equalization, but they didn't. But you know what, still a lot of money. They want to get back to building their own countries. They really want it resolved. My relationship with the European leaders, as you saw, is extremely good. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Wait. And we're going to try, I'll be in touch with them. I have 5 of them call me. You think it's easy. There are a lot of European leaders, but they rely on me, very much rely on me. If it wasn't for me, this thing would never get solved until the last person breathing is dead.
Did you talk to them before?
Yeah, I'm talking to them right now. So I'm talking to the European leaders. I'll be talking to President Zelensky. I'm going to get everybody's ideas. I go into that thing fully loaded right up there, and we're going to see what happens. Now, I think one of 2 things is going to happen. It could be a good meeting, and we'll go a step further. We'll get it done. I'd like to see a ceasefire very, very quickly. Very quick. I'd like to see it immediately, but I'd like to see it very quickly. And we're going to be dealing with the European leaders, and we're going to be dealing with...
talk about a bullish market if that happens. Holy crap. If we get good data this week, if we get a ceasefire this coming Friday with the Trump-Putin, this market, I mean, it has to go to all-time highs. It has to. This thing will boom. Boom, boom, boom. And then once the piece is called, we may get a little cool-off period where it tanks a little bit, pulls back a little bit, and then continues. But this thing could absolutely fly.
With President Zelensky, and hopefully we're going to have a great success. As far as this, what we did today, and I think you were here for D.C. more so than even...
also with the China tariff. The China tariff pause, whatever he's going to do, starting tomorrow, the news drops as soon as midnight hits tomorrow. We'll see if we get the 90-day terror pulse
Russia,
extension.
because Russia will be, you know, we have a couple of days to go, but the Russia is going to be very interesting. But to me, what is very exciting, and we're going to take back our capital. We're going to make it beautiful again, but we're going to make it, more importantly, safe again. It's going to be so safe. It's going to be a model. And then we'll look at other cities also. But other cities are studying what we're doing. And you have some capable people in other cities. They can do it too. But we have a great group of professionals. We're going to have a safe, beautiful capital, and it's going to happen very quickly. Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
The Justice Department appeal the Epstein decision today, Mr. President. How long will it take?
Okay, so that was Trump announcing steps to tackle homelessness crime in D.C., plus with some other questions as well. Let's not go here just yet. Let's go here. So this is President Trump making an economic announcement on August 7th. It is August 11th. We're just catching up on some news. This one should be quick. 7 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We're going to have...
Go here.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We're going to have just a quick session with Steve Moore. Everybody knows Steve Moore with the Heritage Foundation, highly respected, one of the most highly respected economists and people that watch your money and know more about your money and your life than probably anybody I can think of.
What is on this chart? BLS overestimates buying jobs by nearly 1.5 million. So is he just coming in here onto why he fired the person in charge of the job data?
I want to thank Steve for being here. I saw this today. They came out. What he puts out gets a lot of coverage, and I saw some of them, and then he had a couple of others. And I'd like to ask Steve maybe to discuss a few of these numbers that were just released. I mean, literally just released. And then we're going over, and we're going to do Purple Heart.
Oof, look at that. The declaration. Stunning.
We have some incredible, brave people that I look forward to, so we're going to do that right after this. Steve, could you say a few words about the various charts?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I called the President because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before, and I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the President that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. That's Mr. President, that's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's...
It might not have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Whether that, you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence.
Right.
Okay, so 1.5 million jobs overestimated. We have access to the some data that no one else does on what has happened month by month with median household income. This is based on unpublished Census Bureau data. It will be released sometime in the next 6 months, but we get an advanced look at it. And so I was telling the President in his first 5 months in office, starting in January through the end of June.
Yellow tie. Yellow tie is bold.
The average median household income adjusted for inflation for the average family in America is already up $1,174. That's a huge,
incredible number.
Yeah.
Just came out.
Just came out. So that's a giant gain.
And if I would have said this, nobody would have believed it. There's your number. We're doing well.
What is this? What is this?
So the next one.
Monthly estimates of net change in real median household income. So the household income is up.
I would have said this, nobody would have believed it. There's your number.
Monthly estimates of net change in real household income.
We finally have the 2024 data on what happened with real family income in the United States. And so what I did was I compared the record in Donald Trump's first term with the Joe Biden first term. And you can see that, by the way, these dotted lines here, Mr. President, that's COVID. So if it had not been for COVID, these numbers would have been substantially better. But even taking account President Trump's last year in 2020, we saw a $6,400 real after inflation gain in income for the average family. And that compares with Joe Biden, which was a measly $551. So, Mr. President, you get...
I think Trump is putting this on display. He did this for 7 minutes, and the press recorded it, put it out. I don't believe it was live stream. I think he's doing this because everyone's just uncertain on these economic numbers. Jay Powell screaming, "I'm not cutting rates for the Fed because of uncertain rates." I think he's just showing that the rates are going to be fine, proven on his last track record, proven on numbers now.
You gain 10 times more income for the average family than Joe Biden is because of your policies.
And that's taken into consideration COVID, which a lot of times you don't have to do that, but
we were
I'm very glad you did that.
Over almost 8,000.
Look at that number.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we looked at which families did the best. And we have data from the Census Bureau that shows by income percentage. So the 25th percentile is the lowest income, 75th percentile is the highest income. And what I find fascinating about this, Mr. President, is every income group did better. The red is President Trump, the blue is President Biden. Every single income group did better under President Trump. But what's really amazing is look what happened under Biden. The lowest income group lost income under Biden. They were poor 4 years after Biden's presidency. No gain virtually whatsoever for the middle class. And the rich was the only group that did better under Biden, which is ironic because Biden keeps saying he was trying to get rid of income inequality. He made income inequality worse, not better. It was President Trump that reduced income inequality.
These numbers just came out, by the way.
And then finally, these are the numbers just I just showed you in percentage terms. Mr. President, these are the numbers in dollar terms. So even the lowest income, 25th percent, gained about $4,000 in income. That's a lot for a lower income family. $6,400 for the middle class and almost $10,000 for the richest. So you can see every income group did better under Trump than Biden by a wide margin. That's the story.
I think when you look at them, they're all something, but this one chart really says it better than anything. If you look at this, this is great, but this chart is pretty amazing right here. All new numbers. Okay, so we're going to go now over to East Room, and we're going to celebrate some very brave people with the Purple Hearts. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, just to follow up on the India tariffs, do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
Mr. President, is your deadline for Vladimir Putin agreeing to a ceasefire still stand tomorrow, or is that fluid now that talks?
Say it, what?
Is your deadline still standing for Vladimir Putin to agree to a ceasefire tomorrow, or is that fluid now?
It's going to be up to him. We're gonna see what he has.
They've already set a meeting. Remember, this is all August 7th, 4 days ago. 4 days ago, Trump and Putin are already meeting in Alaska.
Say it's going to be up to him. Very disappointed. Yeah.
Do you have to meet with? Does Putin have to meet with Zelensky in order and before you and Putin have to meet? Or
no.
Are you so you're willing to? That's actually important because President Putin said this morning he was pretty dismissive of this idea of meeting with President Zelensky. President Putin was.
I don't know. I didn't hear him.
For you to meet with him, he doesn't have to agree to meet with Zelensky. Is that what you're saying?
No, he doesn't. No.
So when do you think that means?
They would like to meet with me, and I'll do whatever I can to stop the killing. So last month, they lost 14,000 people killed. Last month. Every week is 4,000 or 5,000 people. So I don't like long waits. I think it's a shame. And they're mostly soldiers. They're Ukrainian and Russian soldiers. And some people from the cities where, missiles are lobbed in and you lose 35, 40 people a night, which is terrible. But no, mostly it's soldiers. And you're talking about, on average, 20,000 a month. 20,000 people are dying a month. Generally young people, soldiers. We're going to speak about soldiers. We'll see you over for Purple Hearts. Thank you.
All right, that was just a quick one. Norman, are we looking for more of a pullback? Maybe 717. So far, where's the NQ 30-minute VWAP? It's pretty much stayed the same. It's at 38. So it's already rejected the VWAP for now. It's below the NQ 30-minute VWAP. It did reject that trend line as well, so we could be going a lot lower. We have a pretty significant pivot point at 23,653. It's 1 p.m. now. The ES got below the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA. Tesla's up 4.15%. Nvidia's up 0.3%. We're just sitting our hands, being patient. No reason to FOMO, no reason to overtrade. No reason. You also got to know that the NQ 30-minute Williams R 120-day is overbought. RSI in neutral territory below the MA. So we just got to see. Just got to see. Bitcoin sitting up 0.4%. ETH is up 1%. Solana is down 2.4%. XRP is down 0.22%. ES flipping red. Voyager Technologies is down 4.7%. Adobe is down 1.65%. QCOM is up 0.9%. AMD is up 1%. AVGO is up 0.9%. Alibaba is down 1.62%. Costco is down 1.05%. GME is up 1%. Palantir is down 1%. MicroStrategy up 2.8%. Netflix is up 0.9%. Apple is down 0.5%. Meta is up 0.4%. Microsoft is up 0.9%. Amazon is down 0.5%. Google is down 0.25%. Google is down 0.25%. Russell 2000 is flat. The Dow is down 0.4%. We're just sitting our hands, being patient. Could get a bounce here. Also, very low volatility. ATR is at 10. So if I were to get into any trade, also the VIX at 15, volatility index at 15.75. It is up 4% on the day, but if I were to get in any trade, I'd be prepared to hold it for at least 30, 40 minutes. Could change. Also, did you guys hear that the Trump administration is eyeing IPOs for Jesus, that was loud. The Trump administration is eyeing IPOs for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac this year. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration could kick off initial public offerings of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year, according to a senior administration official, marking a key milestone for the mortgage finance giants that have been under government control for years. The share sales could value Fannie and Freddie at nearly $500 billion combined, the official said, speaking on the condition of anonymity. The deal would be an important turning point for the companies, which have been under federal conservatorship since 2008. The administration has been talking to banks about the potential share sale, but not formally appointed one to lead the process. A source familiar with the matter said Fannie and Freddie Mac were created by Congress to support the housing market by ensuring affordable mortgage financing, but crumbled after being severely bruised during the financial crisis. They were bailed out with taxpayer funds, and the Department of Treasury received preferred shares in return, which paid billions of dollars in dividends over the years. Over the years, efforts to return them to private control have continued, including under Trump's first term, but have failed to get traction. The U.S. mortgage market has proven healthy in recent years. While Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are very different from the types of companies that have recently tapped into the IPO market, pent-up demand for new stocks could be tailwind for their listings, said Angelino Data, blah, blah, blah. The administration's latest plans were first reported by the Wall Street Journal. The plans are tentative and could change, meaning they can move up or down the schedule as needed. Tentative. Mortgage market backbone. Fannie and Freddie buy mortgages from lenders, holding them in their portfolios or bundling them into mortgage-backed securities for sale. The cash lenders receive from these sales fuels more lending, helps ensure a steady supply of mortgage financing for home buyers, apartment investors, and other multifamily property purchasers. By converting mortgages into MBS and guaranteeing payment of principal and interest, Fannie and Freddie lure investors into a secondary mortgage market, increasing the funds available for housing. With Trump back in the White House, hopes are resurfaced that their long pending privatization could finally be completed. So that is some big news that happened. Let's watch this video.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Just so you guys know, we're not trading in this low volatility. If opportunity comes, I will take it. There's a potential long opportunity here. The price is kind of coiling up. If it gets above this NQ 30-minute VWAP, I could take a long, put a stop. Trail it for 10 points. It's wicking up currently. I'm not going to take it, but I could. Appreciate the file, Miami. Appreciate the file, Anna. Appreciate you guys. If you guys are new here, if you're enjoying the value, if you're gaining value, learn what to do, what not to do. Not a lot of trading today, just catching up on news. So far, we've taken 3 trades. We're up 490. Pretty slow day, slow day on the docket, but if you're enjoying gaining value, we're all transparent, real-time trading, real-time commentary, etc., etc. Merch is below, merch is pinned. Good afternoon, Jay Powell merch just dropped. Merch just dropped literally today. So if you're interested, check it out, nomissedopportunity.com. And smash the like button, follow channel, subscribe. I'm live every day and we'll be live tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. Trading the market. And there is a lot of news tomorrow. A lot of news on the docket. So offers some great opportunity.
Thank you. Please. Nice crowd. I even hear a young, beautiful voice in the background, and that's good. That makes us all feel young. I want to thank everybody for being here on the 200th day in office. This is 200 days already. Time flies. But we have a country that's the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. A year ago, it was in a lot of trouble. It's the hottest country. And a lot of the people in this room made it that way. Perhaps the most successful and consequential first 200 days, they say, of an administration in history. So let's hope they keep saying it. There they are right there. I hope they keep saying it. But even more importantly, this is also National Purple Heart Day, and we're here to honor and celebrate the unyielding patriotism and grit and devotion to America's Purple Heart veterans is great emotion and great love. The Purple Heart dates back to August 7th, 1782. That's a long time, when General George Washington awarded a heart-shaped purple cloth to 3 soldiers for outstanding gallantry and service in battle. This afternoon, we're joined by dozens of Purple Heart recipients and their families, and just as General Washington did 243 years ago, today we give our everlasting thanks to you and your unbelievable families. We want to thank you very much for being here. It's my great honor. We're also joined by American patriots who love our military and our veterans, including Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. You're doing a great job, Pete. Thank you. We're working hard together. Secretary of Veterans Affairs with 92% approval rating, I hear. That's a record. Doug Collins. Thank you very much, Doug. The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. She's got a lot of interesting things happening in the last 2 months. A lot of interest. Keep it coming, Tulsi. Keep it coming. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, my friend, who I knew a long time ago. He got rid of ISIS in record time. They said it was going to take 4 to 5 years. He did it in 4 weeks. That's when I said, if I get into this again, I'm going to make him the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and that's what happened. Great job, and he did an incredible job in Iran. I want to thank you very much. Great job, General. Deputy Secretary of Energy and Purple Heart recipient, James Danley. James, thank you very much, James. Great job. And we have a Medal of Honor recipient, Captain Paris Davis. Thank you. Where are you? Where might he be? Oh, look at you. You're better looking than I am, I'll tell you that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're also joined by the Marine Corps veteran who co-managed my 2024 campaign, a fantastic talent in many ways after he was wounded in battle for our country in Operation Desert Storm, Chris LaCivetta. So where is Chris? Where is Chris? Chris, stand up, Chris. With your beautiful daughter, Victoria. Thank you very much for being with your father. It's very nice. Every Purple Heart tells a story of courage, sacrifice, and purpose. It speaks of a price paid for the soldier beside you, the country behind you, and the generations of Americans yet to come. And we have some great generations to follow. It's going to happen.
Must be
Those
a
who wear
baby
this
in the
medal
room.
ran into bullets, faced ferocious bombs, and shed their blood on the field of battle. We will never forget what they did. We will always use them as an example of bravery and courage and strength. And we will also always think, when we look at them, of our great American flag. We want our great American flag to be strong, and it's stronger than ever. Since day one, my administration has used every power we have to fight for those who have fought for America. In 6 months, we have reduced the backlog of veterans' waitings, and that waiting list was very long, Doug, wasn't it, huh? For the benefits, and it's 37%. So it's just, is that all you did, Doug? 37? I don't know, huh? That's incredible, actually. You're getting tremendous marks, and we appreciate it very much. We processed more than 2 million disability benefit claims this fiscal year, on track for the most ever. In fact, not even close. We're slashing wait times at the VA medical centers, and we're bringing back VA choice and VA accountability. As you know, we had it, and then the previous administration, let's go with the Biden administration, they decided to get rid of it. And choice is where if you wait online for an extended period or you're not going to see a doctor for a while, you have the right to go out and get a doctor, and we'll pay for it, and you get yourself all fixed up real fast. You don't have to wait 6 weeks, 8 weeks, months like they were doing. And VA accountability, I'm very proud of those. We got them passed. Actually, Doug, you were a member of Congress when we did. You helped us a lot. But we got them passed in the legislature, so they're with us forever. And yet Biden found a way to not use them. But VA accountability, that's when we have bad people in the Veterans Association that were taking advantage of people, hurting people when they weren't in prime time. In prime time, they wouldn't have touched them. But they weren't quite in prime time. And they were doing bad things. They were sadists. They were thieves. And some bad people. We had 9,000 of them. We fired every one of them. And it was a great thing. And then he put some of those people back. I don't know why they did that, but they did it. But we got them out again, I think, Doug, right? So it's good. So we had VA choice, VA.
Stefan, when you watch, Stefan says, when you watch or read the news, how do you implement it in your trading? It's just things on the docket you need to look out for. Look, just the direction the market's going to go, the sentiment from other people. I really gauge the normal people, just Twitter, etc., the outrage. normal people in your everyday life, asking them what they think, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone's really worried about this Russia-Ukraine war, so the news up and coming on Friday, the Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska, that's very important to what the market's going to do. If we do get a ceasefire, at least temporary one, the market will turn a little bullish. But if we get negative economic data, severely negative this week, and then that drops, it may just neutral out and we have a consolidation, slowly grind down, and then maybe boomerang off the next news. But keeping up with this news is very crucial. Long-term trend. So we're trading on Monday right now. Friday, there's a meeting. So we know that news. We're prepared for it. The market knows that. So everyone's a little uncertain due to that. Then you stack on top of that, the Fed didn't cut rates. Then you stack on top of that, something else, something else, something else. And you just slowly paint a picture of where things are going to go, how things are going to move. And just gives you the most probable outcome. Long-term news, short-term, medium-term. I mean, these trade deals, Canada, Mexico still have not signed a trade deal yet. They got another extension. That's coming up tomorrow at midnight tonight. Midnight tonight, starting tomorrow, Trump may or may not extend the tariffs on China for another 90-day tariff extension. That's very important. If he does that, market may fly tomorrow after doing a little manipulation pull down. So it's all just probabilities. You just need to keep in your head, keep it memorized, and just really try and predict the market as best as possible, but be prepared for any outcome. Just give yourself the best probable.
I'm also working to
chance.
keep my promise to end veterans' homelessness in America. In May, I signed an executive order to open the National Center for Warrior Independence in Los Angeles, California, which will house up to 6,000 homeless vets. It's going to be beautiful. And just last week, I signed the VA Home Loan Program Reform Act, a big deal to help ensure no veteran is kicked out of their home for a late payment. If you're a little bit late, don't worry about it. And frankly, if you're a lot late, you don't have to worry about it either. You just get it in when you can. Get it in when you can. And America's veterans have done their duty for us, and under the Trump administration, we are doing our duty for you. Okay? That's the way it's supposed to be. One of our brave soldiers with us today is Army Veteran Specialist Kevin Jensen. In 2008, Specialist Jensen was a gunner in a Humvee racing to support a platoon ambushed by the Taliban in Afghanistan. His vehicle was hit by a roadside bomb, flew 10 feet. He flew 10 feet up into the air and exploded in flames. The whole place was on flames, including, unfortunately, Kevin. But he suffered deep third-degree burns, and all over his body he was in trouble, big trouble. Despite the agony, he selflessly ran to the aid of his platoon leader, who was engulfed, just absolutely, everyone thought he was gone. He was engulfed in fire. "Sir, I've got you. I've got you, sir," Kevin shouted and pulled his friend to safety. Specialist Jensen earned the Purple Heart, and he's here today with the platoon leader whose life he saved and our newly sworn-in VA Undersecretary for Medical.
Norman said, "I've made up my loss, so thinking about calling it." It's up to you, Norman, but volatility is probably going to remain low. Trump could tweet something. Something could happen. Volatility could spike. Opportunity could be there. But there definitely are better opportunities to come. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one, merch. Trading personal cash now. Not yet, hoax. Not yet. Still on prop firms. I'm doing well, though. Doing well. Doing well. Almost fully maxed out on TPT. ES looking strong now. We'll see, Elijah.
Affairs, Captain Sam Brown. Kevin and Sam, please stand. And I know Sam very well. Sam is great. What a combination. He's okay, right? Huh? Great, Sam. Look good. Thank you very much. You did a great thing, because I got to know him and his really beautiful wife. You know, you're not allowed to say beautiful anymore. It's political suicide, they say. But I'll say it anyway. And the most beautiful family you've ever seen. And I just want to thank you for having done, and you for your great bravery. It's really great. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. Also with us is 24-year Army veteran Brian Willett. In 2010, Staff Sergeant Willett was conducting a resupply mission in Afghanistan when his vehicle was struck by a roadside bomb. You know who did the roadside bomb, right? Soleimani. Where is he? Where is he? Where is Soleimani? He did. He was the father of the roadside bomb. They say 92% of the people who got either killed or badly hurt, it was Soleimani. He was the one that did it more than anybody else by far. Leaving this person very seriously injured 7 months later, Brian's teenage son, Private Kevin Willett, who was also deployed to Afghanistan, was standing guard when insurgent forces attacked with heavy fire. The grenade knocked him out and knocked him right to the ground. He was in big trouble. But Kevin rose to his feet and successfully repulsed the attack on his camp, earning both the Purple Heart and Bronze Star for valor. And I'd like to ask Brian and Kevin to please stand wherever you may be. Hi. How are you? How are you? Good job. Good job. Two great people. I would say these are different types, right? These are different types, right? But same blood. That's all we care. That's very good. You both look great. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. We're also joined by Marine Corps veteran Staff Sergeant Thomas Mateo, wounded 6 times during 2 tours in Vietnam. At the end of his first tour, shrapnel sliced open his abdomen, and he was left bleeding, and they thought he was gone. He was on the jungle floor for a long period of time, but he recovered and chose to go back and fight. Thomas later continued to protect our citizens as police chief of Hialeah Gardens and Inverness. That's 2 good places.
Legend, yep.
We love those places. We love Florida. Every time I ran there, I won, so I got to love it, right? Set records. We have the all-time record, Thomas. And he was one of the very rare 6-time recipients of the Purple Heart. Boy, you got hit. Where's Thomas? 6 times. You got to be kidding. That's pretty tough stuff. And look at you. You look fantastic. So did it have any negative impact on you, would you say, now that you're recovered, fully recovered, would you say? Do you get any extra aches and pains or anything? That's it. That's called an ache and a pain. That's right. I know. I have the whole list. It's amazing. And you look great. Thank you very much. That's some list. Thank you. It's amazing. Amazing. Last year, after an assassin tried to take my life in Butler, Pennsylvania, Thomas generously mailed me one of his Purple Hearts. Many of the other veterans showed me the same unbelievable gesture of kindness, including 3-time Purple Heart recipient John Ford and Gerald Enter Jr., who also came along with us and did us a great, great favor. Gerald, John, and Thomas, I want to thank you very much. What a great honor to get those Purple Hearts. I guess in a certain way it wasn't that easy for me either when you think of it, but you went through a lot more than I did, and I appreciate it all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Where are you? Stand up, please. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Great. That was someday. That was someday we had together, though, huh? That was someday we had together. Thank you both very much. Thank you all. From the very beginning, our nation's fate has depended on heroes like those in the room who placed their bodies between the enemy fire and really that fire and the American freedom that we all love so much. Because of their sacrifice today, our flag is still waving proudly, and our freedom is still safe and secure, and our future is looking brighter and greater than ever. Our country is doing really well. And we're very proud of our country. We had that mission. I watched those B-2 bombers with those pilots. We had them in the Oval Office celebrating their incredible bravery and talent, pure talent. Every single bomb hit its mark perfectly. And then we had Tomahawks coming in, 30 of them coming in from submarines that were 300 miles away. They all hit their mark, too. Look at the smile on you. You think that's your boy. Hey, look at the smile. But it's pretty good, right? Pretty good. We had them and we celebrated all together. We actually had 52 tankers. Can you imagine? We had a lot of the people over to the White House, to the gardens, and it was an incredible day. It was a day of celebration. They've been looking to do that for 22 years. One of the pilots came up and said to me,
we're flushing down the NQ, rejected the NQ 30-minute VWAP, which is that yellow line. The low of day is close. Is at 23,680. Low of pre-markets at 23,667. Let's finish this news out.
We've been waiting for 22 years, my predecessors, because he was a young guy, but he said, we've been practicing this 3 times a year for 22 years. Who knew that, Pete? And I said, you mean you knew exactly what to do? He said, every single year, 3 times a year, we'd practice for that specific event. And you were the one that had the guts to do it, send us on our way. And I said, were you happy or unhappy about the fact that I said, he said, we couldn't get into the planes fast enough, right? I said, well, you guys are different, but they are really talented people and special. We've had some incredible success. But I want to give a very special thanks to all of the Purple Heart recipients that are with us today and all over the country and all over the world, frankly. And I'll now sign the proclamation officially declaring this as National Purple Heart Day. Very special day. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, anything celebrating our veterans more and more, I'm 100% for. 100% for. Anything. So if they want a Purple Heart Day, give them a Purple Heart Day. If they want anything, I mean, this is a very kind gesture. Something significant, something small in the grand scale of things. Just a day celebrating Purple Hearts, but still significant. Anything to celebrate the veterans.
I know who I'm giving this pen to.
They definitely deserve it. That's for sure.
and that is not done by an auto pen. No auto pen, right?
That's it. We do have one more video, but this thing is flushing down pretty hard. Flushing down pretty hard. NQ and ES flipped red. Nvidia still 0.25% up. Tesla still 4% up. ES bouncing off that trend line. May reject though. Man, this volatility is so bad though. It is very bad. So I'd only be looking for like 10-point scalps, if that. It's not even really worth it. Not even really worth it. I see an opportunity I'm willing to take if it gets there. I'll wait for that. We'll go back to, we have one more video to watch. It's a bilateral trade agreement. Let me get it loaded up. And if that comes to fruition, I will take it. So this is President Trump participating in the trilateral signing with Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you. It's a long time, 35 years. They fought, and now they're friends, and they're going to be friends for a long time. But it's a big, beautiful honor to welcome everyone to the White House for this very historic peace summit between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It's really a great thrill for me. I love seeing good people get together, and that's what you have. You have two great leaders. I want to congratulate these two visionary people, Prime Minister Pashinyan and President Aliyev, for coming to Washington to sign this momentous joint declaration. It's a tremendously important document, and it's been a long time in coming. They were explaining before that so many...
That guy looks very mad. You see that? The guy on Trump's left, our right, looks very unhappy.
Times they thought they could get there. It never happened. Just never happened. I also want to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and their teams at the State Department. And I see that we have Chris Wright outside and Senator Steve Daines sitting right here. Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. And Steve, thank you very much. And we have some other wonderful dignitaries, including the dignitaries from your country. But they provided tremendous diplomatic assistance. And Marco, congratulations. It's a big thing. Keep going. He got many jobs. And then, of course, you would say Steve was quite influential. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak.
Does this guy have a bow tie on? That guy in the corner right there to the right in the doorway. That guy has a bow tie on. Is he going? All right. I don't know why he has a bow tie, but I guess.
You would say Steve was quite influential. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. For more than 35 years, Armenia and Azerbaijan have fought a bitter conflict that resulted in tremendous suffering for both nations. They suffered gravely for so many years. Many tried to find a resolution, including the European Union. The Russians worked very hard on it. Never happened. Sleepy Joe Biden tried, but you know what happened there? He tried for probably 12 minutes and didn't work out. And many other countries tried, and they were unsuccessful. But with this accord, we've finally succeeded in making peace, and we just left the Oval Office where we signed voluminous documents and very important elements to the agreement. The country of Armenia and Azerbaijan are committing to stop all fighting forever, open up commerce, travel, and diplomatic relations, and respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, so importantly. And I just spent a lot of time with these two men. I think they're going to have a great relationship. You want to know the truth? They didn't see each other that much, but they probably will. I think they're going to have, I think you two are going to have a great relationship. I have no doubt. And if you don't, call me and I'll straighten it out. Okay. Very importantly, we have also resolved the key issue that foiled previous negotiations. This declaration establishes what they are calling a great honor for me. I didn't ask for this. The Trump route for international peace and prosperity. which is a special transit area that will allow Azerbaijan to get full access to its territory of Nakhchivan while fully respecting Armenia's sovereignty. So they're going to be able to really live and work together, and it's amazing. So that's a very important territory, I guess, very special territory to you, and now they work together. Armenia is also creating an exclusive partnership with the United States to develop this corridor, which could extend for up to 99 years, and then they promise in 99 years they'll extend it, right? You'll promise. But we anticipate significant infrastructure development by American companies. They're very anxious to go in to these two countries, and they're going to spend a lot of money, which will economically benefit all three of our nations. This is incredibly positive news for the future of the entire region, and it's a very important region, as you know. Additionally, the U.S. is signing a bilateral agreement with both countries to expand cooperation in energy, trade, and technology, including AI. And in terms of energy, Chris is here representing our country, and there's nobody better than Chris Wright. And Chris, I understand it's very fertile. It's a very fertile area. So I appreciate everything you've done. You've done amazingly well. We've got the gasoline prices coming way down from where they were, and it's really been something to watch. We are drilling like we haven't drilled in many years, I guess I could say ever before, and we just started. We're also lifting restrictions on defense cooperation between Azerbaijan and the United States of America. The president, that's a big deal. Is that important to you? I think so. That was pretty good. They're very happy about that. So am I. As president, my highest aspiration is to bring peace and stability to the world. Today's signing follows our success with India and Pakistan. They were going at it. They were going at it big, and they were two great leaders that came together just prior to what would have been a tremendous conflict, as you know, a nuclear conflict probably. Also the Congo and Rwanda. Now, that was one which was going on for 31 years. You have them beat. 35 years you had them beat. But that was going on for 30.
Chat, whether you like it or not, I mean, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, if you have any, say it in chat, but Trump is, I mean, what was it? He just said it, something in Congo, and then India, Pakistan, supposedly. Some people are saying he didn't solve that. Other people, including Trump, are saying he solved that by trade relations. And now you have Armenia and Azerbaijan. And supposedly he solved like 6 so far. And a couple we don't know and we'll probably never know. Probably never get the names of. But, I mean, this peace stuff is very unique in recent years of American presidents. It's very nice to see. Very nice to see.
31 years, and we have it all done, and people are very happy. That was a rough one. That was nasty. 7 million.
Obviously, the double-edged sword of that is we bombed Iran, their nuclear facilities. Thankfully, the war did not escalate, and it's looking like it's de-escalating. Trump didn't go in. He called Israel fighter jets out. So thankfully, that didn't escalate any further, but not 100% ecstatic with that one. But what are you going to do? Can't go 100%. And if he can solve the Russia-Ukraine war, I mean, this market's going to be super bullish, and it's very good. Stop 5,000, 7,000 soldiers a week from dying. Some civilians.
And people that they know of died.
Big W.
Also, just recently, Thailand and Cambodia, that was one that was just starting. That 2,000 people were dead on the border, but it was just starting.
Elijah said a while ago, ES looking strong, then the market tanks, and then he said ES is not looking strong anymore. LMAO.
And I was talking to one of the two nations on trade, and I said, I'm not going to sign a trade deal if you guys are going to fight. And I got the other one. And again, great leadership, Thailand and Cambodia. And before it got started, beyond that first couple of days, we stopped the war. And they've had wars periodically, very much as you two have had long-term wars. And we got it stopped. And the two, again, I find in all cases, they're great leaders. If they didn't agree, I would say they're lousy leaders, to be honest with you, but they did agree. And so Thailand and Cambodia, Serbia and Kosovo, we got something stopped that was ready to start. We didn't like that one. We didn't like it at all, and we saved a lot of lives. And numerous others. In addition, as you know, we took out the nuclear capability of Iran. And to use a term that people tried to dispute without any knowledge, it was obliterated. That's been confirmed by the Atomic Energy Commissions, everybody that's so totally obliterated. They might try again, but they're going to have to try a new site because they are, and I want to just say our military, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in military manufacturing anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And that sort of proved it. So getting rid of that threat from the Middle East was very big. And I think a lot of people are going to be joining right now the Abraham Accords. It's going to be very important. So hopefully we're going to have many more successes. I hope we're not going to have too many more in this field because hopefully we're not going to be seeing too many more wars. But I came in and this whole world was on fire. All these things were sort of happening. We've only been here for 6 months. The world was on fire. We took care of just about every fire. And we're working on another one that you're reporting on very strongly with Russia, Ukraine. And we'll have some more information for you a little bit later. But I want to ask these two very special people. Again, I've gotten to know them. They're very special people, and I think they have the potential to have a great personal relationship, which is always.
Eric, appreciate you, man. Appreciate it, Eric.
Is good, but also a great just relationship. And if I might, may I ask you to say a few words, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a big honor to be invited by the President of the United States for this historic event. Actually, we are writing a new history in a bilateral interstate relationship between the United States and Azerbaijan. We are starting the path towards a strategic partnership. The Charter on Strategic Partnership will be elaborated within several months, and that is a historic achievement for Azerbaijan, because to be in the format of strategic partnership with the greatest country of the world is a great opportunity and also a very big responsibility. And this strategic partnership format embraces so many important areas: mutual investment, trade, energy, connectivity, transit, AI, defense sales, counterterrorism. So all these areas where we had and hopefully will have very active cooperation in the future. So it opens a lot of opportunities for Azerbaijan to continue its path of development, to diversify its economy, to keep unemployment low as it is today, and to look to the future with great optimism. Also, I'm very grateful to Mr. President that he today lifted the restrictions which have been imposed on Azerbaijan back in 1992, just only 1 year after Azerbaijan restored its independence. These restrictions have been imposed on us. So after 33 years, these restrictions have been lifted just today. So really, it's a day which will be remembered by the people of Azerbaijan with a feeling of pride and gratitude to President Trump for his attitude to Azerbaijan, for his vision, for not only for our region. We were exchanging views today, and I said that within several months he managed to put an end to conflicts in Asia, in Africa, and now in Southern Caucasus. What we could not achieve for more than 30 years. We had to sacrifice lives. We had to fight two very bad wars with a lot of casualties. And if not for President Trump and his team and our great friend.
This is a big W. This is a big W in just peace. Just everything. Big W.
Mr. Vitkov and his team, probably today, Armenia and Azerbaijan would have been again in this endless process of negotiations. So really, it's a historic day. We are today establishing peace in the Caucasus, which will open great opportunities, not only for our region. And as President Trump correctly mentioned, the Trump route for international peace and prosperity, which will create new connectivity lines, which will lift the walls, and which will create connectivity opportunities for so many countries, with investments, with prosperity, with stability. You know, Azerbaijan and Armenia, we became independent at the same time as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union. But at that time already, we were at war. So we lost a lot of years just being preoccupied with wars and occupation and bloodshed. So today, historic day, also because we bring peace. President Trump brings peace to Caucasus, and we're grateful for that. And I'm sure that Armenia and Azerbaijan will find courage and responsibility to reconcile. And also the people will reconcile. We will turn the page of standoff, confrontation, and bloodshed, and provide bright and safe future for our children. So I'm very happy because today we're writing the great new history. And once again, Mr. President, thank you for all what you are doing for us, for our region, and for the whole world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What happened to the audio?
Great leaders. How long have you been in the leadership position?
22 years.
22 years. Yeah. That's pretty good. That means he's tough and smart. And it's an amazing part of the world. Congratulations. What a great honor to be involved.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have reached a significant milestone in Armenia-Azerbaijani relations. We're laying a foundation to write a better story than the one we had in the past. This breakthrough would be simply not have been possible without President Trump's personal engagement and his resolute commitment to peace in our region. The initialing of peace agreement will pave the way to end the decades of conflict between our countries and open a new era based on the full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other. Today's declarations, which President Trump personally will sign as well as witness, gives confidence and assurance that we are opening a chapter of peace, prosperity, security, and economic cooperation in the South Caucasus. In this context, allow me to highlight the agreement on opening transport communications in the region based on the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and jurisdiction. I'm particularly thrilled that together with the U.S., Armenia will work to bring to life the...
As you can see, this guy's English is not the best, but he is. I mean, he's doing it. You can understand pretty much everything clearly. but it's definitely not like the other world leader.
Trump wrote for peace and prosperity.
Still W, still W.
A connectivity project that will unlock the entire region. 3 will unlock strategic economic opportunities that will create long-term benefits. It will promote infrastructure investment, enhance regional connectivity, and strengthen U.S. leadership as a champion of conflict resolution. I want to thank President Trump and his team for brokering this game-changing outcome between Armenia and Azerbaijan. This is a great deal we've achieved today. This is a success for our countries and for our region, and a success for the world, because a more peaceful region means a safer world. This is peace through strength in a nutshell. Mr. President, today's great achievement is yet another testimony to your global leadership and your legacy as a statesman and a peacemaker on the world stage. Bringing peace requires vision, political courage, and determination. But what is most important is that it requires faith in the cause. As it is said in the Holy Bible, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. May God enlighten this way. Thank you, and my congratulations to all of us, President Aliyev, to you, to all of us, colleagues from Azerbaijan, Armenia, United States, and all the people of our region, all the people of our countries, and my congratulations to the world, because, as I said, it will definitely make the world a better place.
What a W. Wow.
The President of the United States, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia will now sign a joint declaration on the outcomes of the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity Summit.
That's really
They will sign
beautiful.
3 copies in English. The President of the United States signs as a witness to the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, affirming their path to peace, stability, and prosperity.
Wow.
We kindly ask that all guests remain seated for the signing of the documents.
For a minute there, this guy didn't know where to sign the first document.
That is so great, and we'll hold up. How about holding up that document? All right.
That's a big win.
Well, thank you. This is really
Peace
a big day, and
between-
we have some other big announcements, but I didn't want to make them because I don't want to do anything that could even,
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
in a little way, overshadow what's
AW.
taken place today. 35 years of death and hatred, and now it's going to be love and respect and success together. And I didn't really want to do anything that would in any way overshadow. I don't think it can be overshadowed when you're at war and so many people have suffered and so many people have been killed, and now you're going to have great peace. And I look forward to that corridor, because that corridor sounds, I'm going to have to get over there. I'll bring Senator Daines with me, and we're going to have to get over there, Steve. So, but this is a really great achievement, and I congratulate you. You're 2 incredible leaders. You're going to go down in history. And I've read the whole thing about how long it took, and you thought you were there and people let you down, and sometimes you probably let people down. Maybe, I don't know how it works, but that's the way it usually does. But this is something that is very, very special. So I don't want to get in the way of it at all, but we'll take a few questions, maybe at least slightly related, but we have some other things to announce later on in the day. Peter, please.
Related, just because you mentioned the elusive peace in Ukraine.
Right.
Who is holding up this Ukraine ceasefire summit? Is it Putin or is it Zelensky?
Well, I think it's that one is, as you know, we've been working on a lot of these deals. We've closed every single one of them all throughout the world, and that's the last of them. And they're losing, Peter, about 6, maybe even 7,000 soldiers every single week. Russia, as you know, lost almost 25,000 over the last month and a half, and Ukraine lost just a small number fewer. A lot of people are dying, and I think we're getting very close. And we're going to be announcing later on. We're going to have a meeting with Russia. We'll start off with Russia, and we'll announce a location. I think the location will be a very popular one for a lot of reasons, but we'll be announcing that a little bit later. I just don't want to do it now because of the importance of what we just did.
Can I completely
Yeah, please, go ahead.
follow-up? Are you surprised that Zelensky hasn't figured out by now, in years of war, how to deal with you and to deal with Putin without needing permission to make concessions from his parliament or from a national president?
Well, he's going out and getting what he needs. You know, he's not authorized to do certain things. I said, well, you're going to have to get it fast because, you know, we're getting very close to a deal. And he's doing that, and he's working with the European nations, and they're terrific people, terrific leaders, NATO. And as you know, I became very friendly with them. They agreed to go from 2% to 5%, 2% that they didn't pay to 5% that they've already paid. That's trillions of dollars. So, you know, we're working together very closely. But no, in all fairness to President Zelensky, he's getting everything he needs to assuming we get something done. But I'll be meeting very shortly with President Putin. It would have been sooner, but I guess there's security arrangements that, unfortunately, people have to make. Otherwise, I'd do it much quicker. He would too. He'd like to meet as soon as possible. I agree with it. But we'll be announcing that very shortly, okay? And location. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, with this meeting with Putin, is this Russia's last chance?
The real world. Why do you have $1.6 million in the title? That is the calculated total of the cash balances of these prop firm accounts.
To achieve peace, and do you expect Ukraine to make any type of territorial concession?
Yeah, I don't like using the term last chance. Look, it's, look, this is two very, very smart people. They've been going at it and their predecessors also very smart. And they've been going at it for 35 years. It's tough. And, when those guns start going off, it's awfully tough to get them to stop. It really does. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. There was no reason for it. So many people are killed, so much cultural destruction. You look at those magnificent towers, the most beautiful in the world. The spires were considered the most beautiful in the world. They're all in a million pieces, laying on the ground, all obliterated, knocked into a million pieces. So sad. But millions of people have died, and very, very much set in their ways. A lot of people were set in their ways. But I think we're getting close. I mean, this was not my war. This was Biden's war. But the European Union has been great. As you know, they're purchasing equipment from us. They have a lot of money, and they're spending a lot of money on buying equipment. We're not spending money, but we are supplying them equipment. They're paying for it. And I think that a lot of things happened recently that would make this go forward. I'm not going to mention anything having to do with India, but maybe that had an impact. But what really had an impact was NATO has stepped up in terms of their spending on buying military equipment. We're in for, probably through Biden and his people, $350 billion. $350 billion. When they hear these numbers, you're saying that's a lot of money. $350 billion the United States has spent on that. It should have spent nothing because it should have never happened. It would have never happened. And Europe is in for over $100 billion, which is, it should be the opposite if we were in for anything, but it should be the opposite. And I will say that Europe wants to see peace. The European leaders want to see peace. President Putin, I believe, wants to see peace, and Zelensky wants to see peace. Now, President Zelensky has to get all of his everything he needs because he's going to have to get ready to sign something, and I think he is working hard to get that done. Well, you're looking at territory that's been fought over for 3.5 years with, a lot of Russians have died, a lot of Ukrainians have died. So we're looking at that, but we're actually looking to get some back and some swapping, complicated. It's actually nothing easy. It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both. And but we'll be talking about that either later or tomorrow or whatever. Yeah, please. Say it.
If I could ask a question of your guests and also of you. Yeah. Of the guests, will the Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh be allowed to return? And also, do you have any thoughts on the talk about President Trump winning the Nobel Peace Prize? And for President Trump, you're working on resolving 2 other major conflicts. In Gaza, you've spoke of resettling the Gazans. The country of Somaliland has expressed potential interest if you were to diplomatically recognize their independence. Are you inclined to do so? And also, did President Putin present an award to Mr. Witkoff during the recent visit?
He likes Mr. Witkoff, I can tell you that. That's true. Please, go ahead.
I think President Trump deserved to have a Nobel Peace Prize, and we will defend that, and we will promote for that, and that's obvious. So, and today's event, I think, is a very bright expression of that, and hopefully you will invite us.
Front row. You'll be front row.
Yeah. We are in favor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I have a suggestion?
Yes.
So maybe we agree with Prime Minister Pashinyan to send a joint appeal to the Nobel Committee to award President Trump with the Nobel Peace Prize because from the leaders of the countries which were at war for more than 3 decades, having this historic signature here, it really means a lot. This is tangible result of President Trump's leadership, and no one could have achieved that. There have been many presidents here since beginning of 90s, and the so-called Minsk process, which, by the way, today we put an end to with my Armenian colleague, started in 1992. So negotiation under the auspices of OSCE continued for more than 3 decades without any result. So who, if not President Trump, deserves the Nobel Peace Prize? I don't want to go into the history of some very strange decisions of the Nobel Peace Committee to award.
He's talking about all the just bullshit Nobel Peace Prize that have been given out. Obama, to name a few.
The prize for someone who didn't do anything at all. But President Trump in 6 months did miracles.
Let's
the prize for someone who didn't do of some very strange decisions of the Nobel Peace Committee to award the prize for someone who didn't do anything at all. But President Trump in 6 months did miracle. So I think that my Armenian colleague will support it, and judging by the reaction of the audience, I think as soon as we come back, we will agree to issue a joint letter And hopefully, and I also join when President is awarded, we hope that he will invite us to the ceremony.
You certainly will be. Thank you very much.
Do we have draft to sign now?
Well, we'll see what happens.
We already like to sign.
Thank you very much. It's very nice. We're looking into that right now. Good question, actually, and another complex one, as you know, but we're working on that right now. Somaliland.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you, have you spoken to Russian President Putin yet, and would you go to Russia or Ukraine, and what exactly would you say
We'll
to him?
be announcing a location in maybe a little while, and I think you'll be very happy. We'll see what happens, right? All we can do is do our best. We've been working on this one for a long time. This is a very complicated one also. This was extremely complicated, but we made it less complicated, and we had two very brilliant people on my right and my left. They understood what was at stake. I think if it didn't get done now, it might have never gotten done. So this is the same, very similar with Ukraine. It became more and more complicated as time went on. It was simple at the beginning. It wasn't going to happen, but it became more and more complicated. But I think we're getting close. Yes, ma'am. Yes, go ahead, please.
Could the location for the summit be Italy?
Location.
Oh. I will give it to you very soon. Honestly, I don't want to do anything. These guys, I don't want to do anything where that's like, because this is a bigger story than a location. A location's good. I'm a real estate person. I know about location. But there's nothing to compete with this in terms of what we're doing today. It's just such a great achievement for these two. Really, they'll go down as great leaders for what they did. I put them together. But
yeah, Norman, I think it's going to flush through this pre-market low, probably go to this pivot point. I'm debating whether I want to take it, because if I take it, I'll be catching a falling knife in low ATR. ATR is spiking up, volatility spiking up. Probably going to wick below that pre-market low at 23,667. We have that pivot point at 23,655. There's some key levels here. So if the wick's quick enough, I may take one, just knowing I could hold it for an hour, 30 minutes. Probably only looking for 10 points though. Probably not going to hold it past that. We'll see. If I take it, I'll switch.
But what they have been able, and I don't want to do anything, so we'll talk about it later. Today, we'll give you a location today.
You were talking about sending military forces to fight against the drug cartels in Latin America. Do you think it's worth sending our forces, our U.S. forces there to take this on?
Cartels where?
Central Latin America.
Well, Latin America's got a lot of cartels, and they've got a lot of drugs flowing, so we want to protect our country. We have to protect our country. We haven't been doing it for 4 years, and we love this country like they love their countries. We have to protect our country. So, we're playing a tough game, but we'll have more to say about that soon. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, I'm Sala from Azerbaijan News Agency Report. So we are grateful to be here. Today you host a truly historic meeting. As a person who values diplomacy and global interaction, do you consider the possibility to visiting Azerbaijan? Actually, you mentioned Azerbaijan and Armenia after this meeting.
Well,
to visit our countries, do you consider to visit? Wow.
Which one do I consider better?
Both, yes.
Both. Oh, I think if I ever said that you would say, this guy couldn't have solved the problem. You know what? I consider them both great, okay? And you know what? They're going to be even greater. But and they're very different in many ways, but they have a lot in common. But they're both great as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, please. It's an interesting question, right? That would have been a hell of an answer if I said, well, I think I like this one or that one. No, we don't do that. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, first of all, thank you for bringing peace to South Caucasus, something that no one has been able to achieve in 35 years. That's number one. We also noticed that you think highly of the commitments that the sides have taken on and assumed. However, considering the long history of conflict and the fact that this is not a legally binding document, will there be consequences if at some point one of the sides takes a step back?
I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be very good. And I told them, I gave them a personal commitment. If there's, there's always little problems here and there, right? The big ones have been solved. These are the giant ones have been solved. But if there's conflict, they both know they're going to call me and we're going to get it straightened out.
Turo called it for the day, but little news such volatility. Yeah, there's just nothing on the docket. Trump said gold will not be tariffed. That's very good for gold. Ukraine President Zelensky, Russia is moving troops for new offensive operation. That's not good. Zelensky said Ukraine's military intelligence report indicates Putin certainly is not getting ready to stop war. 26 counterparties take $82 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. Pentagon official during this activation, between 100 and 200 soldiers will be supporting law enforcement at any given time. Federal takeover of the Metropolitan Police Department is intended for the last 30 days. Bank of France comments on monthly survey of business leaders. Bank of France sees third quarter GDP growth similar to 0.3% level in the second quarter. White House on track for Fed chair announcement this fall. Okay. What is metal sitting at? What is metal sitting? Silver's at $38 an ounce. Gold is at $3,370 an ounce. Little down today, little down.
They're not going to have a problem. Where are you from?
Yeah, but anyway, the docket. All we had on today's docket Monday after Friday, the announcement of Trump and Putin taking a meeting in Alaska. All we had on today's docket was Trump at a presser at 10 a.m., 11:30 a.m., U.S. 6-month and 3-month bill. And that is it. So that's why this volatility is so low. But there's constant opportunities, guys. Even in these low volatilities, you just got to stay patient, deleverage a little bit, and it just takes a lot of time. Like I said, if I was to take a trade anywhere here, I'd be prepared to hold it for 30 minutes, an hour, and only take about 10 points. Unless I really want to hold it, which I do not.
Okay, good. Very good. I was wondering. It was a very unusual question, but it's not unusual considering you're from Armenia. If there's a
Luca, subs, growing day by day. I am Green Toro. How are you doing? How are you guys doing? We took that $400 loss the first trade, but then we made 510 in one account and 380. So we're up 490 on this low volatility day. Should have held both of them trades, but secured 15 points. Not bad. What's up, Clyde? How are you guys doing? Are you guys green? Vote in the YouTube polls. Let's see what you guys are doing. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? Profitable, negative, learning. 19 votes on the regular YouTube stream. 58% are profitable, 5% are negative, 37% are learning. For the YouTube short stream, are you profitable, negative, or learning? Someone's really messing with this like button. Someone's spamming that. Or it's glitched. 33% are profitable, 20% are negative, and 47% are learning. How to join your other chat? Are you talking about you can click my profile, Norman. I'm streaming on YouTube and YouTube Short. YouTube and YouTube Short. So you guys can click my profile and click whatever stream you want. Also, merch just got dropped. New JPal afternoon. Link in bio. Also, first link in the description if you are interested. If not, then don't buy any, man. Don't buy any.
Yeah, I told them both.
But the JPal shirt, I can't wait till mine gets in here, man.
And don't let the problem last. We get it early, and we'll get it solved.
No trades for me today. Not the worst thing, Turo, but yeah. I mean, we all have our own indications, amalgamation of indicators. It's no problem. Trade what's best for you guys. Gold futures buy. Oh, good luck, Giannis. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Luca held a short today, recovering from last week's loss. It happens, it happens, it happens.
Good reporter.
Very nice, though. Very nice. A lot of people go chasing on losses and get burned hard. Good stuff.
You have over there? Okay.
Can I
yes, please.
Appreciate it,
First of all, I'd like to say that today we
love you guys, man.
initialed the peace deal, which was in the process of negotiations for quite a while.
Just wait until the simulator's out, man. This merch, I have a couple more designs I'm working on. I'm going to get the hoodies released. And then the simulator, I'm estimating, no promises, but I'm estimating about a month and a half to 3 months out. Depends how particular I want to be. But we're getting this merch fully flushed out, at least good enough for now. I mean, it's good enough now, but I want a couple more designs, Trump design, and then get the hoodies out. And then I want all of them. I'm going to buy a lot of that clothing myself and just wear my own stuff, wear my own merch, and everything will go back into funding the stream, et cetera, et cetera. The growth will be exponential. And then in a month and a half, 3 months from now, not promising, but that's kind of where I'm estimating at. We're going to release the simulator. That's going to go live. And then about 2 months from that, the mentorship. And then we'll figure it out from there. I have a couple other software I want to build, educational program potentially, but only 3 months into social media. And we're just building the stepping stones, building the infrastructure. And it is what it is. If you guys are new here, if you're enjoying the stream, I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. Merch just dropped. Link below, pinned to every chat. Also, follow the channel, subscribe, and we will be live tomorrow. We're going to finish this news out and probably call it for the day.
The fact that it is initial here, in the capital #1 of the world, in the office #1 of the world, and
Legend said, shit's looking dope, bro. I gotta bounce for now. Hope you all have an awesome rest of your day. Oh, I made 2 trades, 1 short, 1 long. I'm up 8K. Later, y'all. Good stuff, Legend. You really put the risk on, my friend. Good stuff, man. Appreciate it, Clyde. Appreciate it, Legend. Have a great day, man. See you tomorrow.
In front of the great president of the United States means that there should be no doubts and no suspicions that any of the side would step back. If any of us, Prime Minister Pashinyan or myself, had in mind to step back, we wouldn't have come here. So you can be absolutely sure, as well as Azerbaijani community, that what has happened today will result in peace, long-lasting peace, eternal peace in the Caucasus.
That's a very nice
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fully agree and nothing to add.
That's a very nice 2 statements, and that's a beautifully stated statement. Let's go. A couple of more. Yeah, please.
Many of the South Caucasus have pinned the blame on your predecessor, Joe Biden, and the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, for obstacles in America's bilateral relations with Azerbaijan and peace in that part of the world. How important is it to you to elevate your country's partnership and your administration's partnership with Azerbaijan, with Armenia, and how important is this for your legacy?
Well, to me, it's very important, but it's, you know, I know the history of what was going on because I do a lot of reading, and they've been at a vicious, you know, they've had a very contentious relationship for a long time. It's war. Most of the time was war. And so to get it done, they're great people. I know a lot of people from Armenia. I know a lot of people from both countries, and they're incredible people, and it shouldn't happen what has happened. I wish we could have been here sooner, you know, if the election were different. I'm going to be nice today. I'm not going to be controversial and say the election was rigged. I would have had this thing solved 4 years sooner. But the truth is, that's right. If the election weren't rigged, I would have been here 4 years sooner. We would have signed the same agreement 4 years sooner. But it didn't happen. And the Biden administration did really
this
very
guy
little.
is really pro-Trump. The dude on the left is really pro-Trump. I mean, so is the guy to the right. I think there's just a very, like, language barrier that he's just really thinking hard, I think.
Actually nothing to get it done. But they did nothing to get really anything done. It was this country was in very serious shape. And I say it over and over again. I met all the leaders of NATO. I went, as you know, to the Middle East. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, the leaders of great countries, right? Qatar and UAE and others in the Middle East. And everyone essentially said the same thing. We had a dead country 1 year ago. We had a dead country. Our country was dying. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's not even close. We have the hottest country in the world. And it's an honor to use that, if you call it power or respect or whatever it is, to settle wars like we have right here to my left and my right. And these 2 guys are very smart. I got to know them, and they're very smart. They're not going to, I don't think they're going to ever have to bother with me. They may call me just to bug me a little bit. Let me put them to a test, and they'll call because they like to call me. But they're not going to have any problem. We have a very comprehensive agreement. It's a peace agreement. And this isn't ceasefire. This isn't we'll hold up. This is a peace agreement. And they're going to end up doing a lot of business with each other. They're going to do a lot of business with the United States. And I'm going to always remember, at least during the time that I'm here, I'm going to remember how smart they were, how good they were. And when it comes to trade and other things, we're going to always go 100% out. We'll go out of our way to make sure it comes out good for them. They did an amazingly good thing and a very brave thing. It's a very complicated part of the world they come from, very tough part of the world. It's a tough, but smart part of the world. Smart, tough people. And great wealth, you know, great energy wealth. I was talking to Chris, and you were saying, in terms of wealth, it's enormous wealth. But wealth doesn't often solve problems. It takes other things. But they're amazing, 2 amazing leaders, and it's an honor to be associated with them. How about we'll do one more, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your gut instincts have always done well in terms of business and in terms of politics. What does your gut tell you as it relates to the possibility of an event like this in the next few weeks, the next few months, in which you have President Putin on one side and President Zelensky on your other side?
I think my instinct really tells me that we have a shot at it, okay? And you'll find that out later on, and maybe even today, but we have a shot at it. Look, it's got to be solved. You know, we're not losing people. A lot of people say, why are you bothering? We're not losing people. We were spending hundreds of billions of dollars. Now we're spending nothing. We're spending no money. I guess we're making money because, you know, we have the best military equipment in the world. We're selling it to NATO. But you're losing thousands of people a week. Russians and Ukrainians mostly, and mostly soldiers, but, you know, missiles are lobbed into cities and towns, Kiev, lots of places. You've been reading the same stories that I've been reading. And we got to get it solved.
The Norwegian Nobel Committee will make their announcement as it relates to this year's Nobel Peace Prize on October the 10th, Friday, October the 10th. Is that date circled on your calendar, Mr. President?
I can't say. I mean, a lot of people say, you know, no matter what I did, because, you know, I'm of a certain persuasion, no matter what I do, they won't give it. And I'm not politicking for it. I have a lot of people that are. I know. I mean, I read the same things as you do. But it would be a great honor, certainly. But I would never politic. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it because of, I really, number one, I want to save lives. That's why I'm involved so much with Ukraine and Russia. It's saving lives of Russians and Ukrainians. I mean, it's not American lives. Now, I would say this, that war could have escalated into something much, but that could have been a world war. I think if we didn't come, Ukraine, Russia would have ended up being a world war.
She's in the crowd, introvert.
And I stopped that. That stopped. Now the only question is, when is it going to be settled? And it could be very soon, but when is it going to be? But that would have been a world war. If I didn't come along with a very talented group of people sitting largely right here, but there are others not in the room that are very talented, I think Russia, Ukraine would have had a very, very high degree, I think even probably would have ended up being in a world war. I don't think people talk about that now because they don't see it anymore, but we brought it down a long way. But that was getting to a point. When I first came in, I said, wow, this thing is really bad. And it could have escalated to a level that you people would have been very unhappy with. Yeah.
Your predecessor, Mr. President, President Ronald Reagan, had a phrase as it relates to dealing with the then Soviet Union and also Mikhail Gorbachev. The phrase was trust but verify. Do you subscribe to that same view as it relates to Mr. Putin and Russia?
Well, I do, relating to everybody. I mean, not just President Putin, but also people and leaders that I deal with. Look, I'm dealing with trade. And some of the worst deals we made, some of the worst trade deals we have, I talk about friend and foe, right? Friend and foe, two interesting words. Some of our worst trade deals were not with the foe, they were with the friends. Our friends were just killing us on trade. Not anymore. Not anymore. We're taking in trillions of dollars, and we're respected, and we're settling, through trade.
Man, you are horny, introvert. Introvert says, "Where's the beautiful woman?" Ah, the reporter. She is so. Jeez, man.
A little bit here, less here than on some.
Every time you come
but
here,
through trade,
man.
I got things settled. With India, Pakistan, I think it was trade more than any other reason. That's how I got involved. I said, I don't want to be dealing with countries that are trying to blow up themselves and maybe the world. They're nuclear nations. That was a big one. Getting that one settled, I think you'd agree. That was a big one. And they were going at it. They were shooting airplanes out of the sky. 5 or 6 planes got shot down in their last little skirmish, and then it was going to escalate from there. And they could have gotten to be very, very bad. No, I want to save a lot of lives. I love saving lives. That's what it's about. And when you save lives, you really end up having a peaceful world. Usually that ends up pretty well. I want to thank everybody, but in particular these two great leaders for having the courage to do what they did today, and they're going to go down in the history books. And it's a great honor to be involved. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Big W. That's a big win for Trump. Trilateral signing with Armenian and Azerbaijan, solving and just creating more peace in the world. There's really nothing negative you can say about that. That's a big W. Both leaders, I thought the right guy was a little mad to start, but it's just a big language barrier. His English is not that good. He can speak it pretty well. You can understand it, but you can tell he's just thinking a lot. I think that's why he looks mad. But besides that, all right, so tomorrow, news, big news. Look at this right here. U.S.-China tariff deadline at midnight tonight. Starting tomorrow, is U.S.-China going to pause tariffs for 90 days? That's what everybody's hinting. If we do, we could be bullish tomorrow. They could manipulate it down to start, and then we could go up a couple hundred points. Depending on this financial data that comes out as well. U.S. At 6 a.m. EST, U.S. NFIB Business Optimism Index. At 8 a.m. Red News OPEC monthly report tentative, meaning it can move up and down the schedule as needed. 8:30 a.m. U.S. CPI Consumer Price Index year over year. Consumer Price Index month over month. Core Consumer Price Index year over year. Core Consumer Price Index month over month at 8:30 a.m. EST. We have Reebok year over year earnings. 10 a.m. Fed Barkin speaking. 10:30 a.m. Fed Shamid speaking. At 12 p.m. EST EIA steel report tentative. It can move up and down schedule. Also Wasadi wheat, soybean, cotton, corn, and then 2 p.m. U.S. federal budget balance. And then, so we should have some good volatility. Some good volatility, at least till 11:30, 12. Should offer a lot more opportunities than today. We are up 490. We took one loss of 400 in one account. We're up 510 in one. We're up 380 in the other. So 2 winning trades, 1 loser. Could have held the winners, trailed 1, and be up a lot more. All could, should, and would. There are no missed opportunities on the next one, merch. But pretty solid day for low volatility. Also, I really didn't like the levels it was at. Wasn't acclimated with news. You won't believe I even trade on market curves. Oof. But tomorrow should be very good volatility. Very good volatility. So the ES is rejecting If it rejects this trend line right here, I'll zoom out so you guys can see. This trend line is up here. It broke above it, tapped it, rejected it. Now it's starting to reject it again. If it rejects it, we could come down quite substantially. The NQ has rejected this trend line. NQ 30-minute red trend line from this from the high market. Today it wicked through it and fell right below it. Rejected the NQ 30-minute VWAP. So we'll just have to see. We may come all the way down to the bottom support trend line. Just have to see. Russell 2000, the regular SPACs, NDX, the Nasdaq, regular Nasdaq, all negative. The Dow's negative. The VIX is up 4.88%, but feels like a snail pace. Nasdaq future, ES futures are down. Nvidia barely hanging on to green, barely. Nvidia is up 0.08%. Tesla is floating around 4% up. Everything else is just Voyager Technologies is down 6.5%. Bitcoin sitting up 0.3%. Ether sitting up 1.1%. Solana is down 2.7%. XRP is up 0.1%. And Doge is down 1.65% to start the day. I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST trading the market. I'm really going to step up risk a little bit tomorrow. Just a little bit. What are you seeing as the bottom? It really depends on this news. We'll have to adapt it to this news, but probably absolute bottom before a bounce. My best estimate, guess, speculation, what I personally think is 23,428, but it depends if Trump extends these tariffs with China. It really depends. If we get another 90-day extension, then the market's a little more bullish. Also depends on this economic data, the CPI today, PPI tomorrow, CPI tomorrow, and then PPI producer price index the following day after that. It really depends on the economic news this week. And then Friday, it really depends Friday as well. The Russia talks, if we get a ceasefire from that, depends how it goes. We have to adapt. But in the short term, the low 23,515, what I personally think. Right now, NQ 30-minute 200 SMA is at 23,480. That's possible. Do I think we'll hit it today? Absolutely not. But stranger things have happened. Market is trying to bounce as we speak. Turo said Turo's best guess is that for the bottom it's 573. 573. Yeah, that's close. Could be about right. Like me some good volatility. True. Don't predict. React, Norman. Pretty much. You just got to take all your indicators, all amalgamation of indicators, see the news coming, and just take all the probabilities in your favor. Pivot points, key levels, VWAPs, 200 SMAs, 100 MAs, William Maher 120-day RSI. All right, so persevere through resistance, guys. Persevere through resistance. I know a lot of you battled today, and you got to persevere through resistance. We start out negative, ending 490 in the green. Traded only 3 trades today. Not a lot of volatility to go off of, but we persevere through resistance. Do not fear the unknown. Do not fear missing out. And there are no missed opportunities, chat. Only the next one. Merch. I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST. See you there. Peace. See you, Stunner. See you, Norman. See you, Turo. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace. I might get a haircut too. Oof, oof, oof. See you guys.